Every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Hello. Good morning, afternoon.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Great to see you today, and everybody else. Thank you for joining us today, guys. How was your morning so far?
So far, so good. It's raining, dreary. So.
Yep, same here. Dreary. It's not really raining yet, but it's still caca.
Mm-hmm.
Did you sleep well?
I did.
That's good. That is good. That is good. That is good. Did I see a birthday in here today?
Mm-hmm. It's Joey's birthday.
All right. Never fails. Every time I start this damn thing, and my wife's home today, so it's not her. So I just ignore. They know when I go live. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat, please, and get comfortable. Welcome to the morning show. At noon. Almost.
Yeah. Almost.
It's Saturday. It's okay.
Yeah.
I did a somewhat late one last night, which did quite well, and thank you all for joining us. MamaBear, by the way, MamaBear broke 500 yesterday. Thank you all for that.
Yes,
that's amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was awesome. And still growing, I noticed this morning, so.
Sweet.
Okay, hold on here. All right, let me see. All right, I do believe we have your link pinned already in the chat. So guys, make sure to pop on over and hit the like button with MamaBear, please, and thank you as much as you do it here. And share this out, please. See, we got Joey Agrella in the house, Brian's Ramblings, Paula Patenry, Susie Smith. Good morning and welcome to all of you. Canna Crystal, good to see you, Crystal. It's been a minute. Good morning. Miss Denise, welcome to you. A hoe named Ida. I love that name. Hello and welcome back to you. Denise, let's see here. Mikey's in the house, the last 24. Brandy B, the OG. Good to see you, Miss Brandy. Thank you for joining us today. Again, guys, please make sure to share this out. And please hit that like button and hop on over to hit MamaBear's as well. Reason, thank you. 1 second, guys. Lord.
Mm-hmm. Hello, everybody.
Sorry. Come on in. Yeah, Belt Loop. Sup. How are you? Sup. Today is Joey's birthday, so of course we have to celebrate that as we do everyone's. Yesterday was the Tomboys. Where's our SRB today? I forgot. She doesn't do weekends too much. And Cassie. Slackers. What kind of coffee? Any kind that you'll give me. I drink it all, except for the super strong stuff. Welcome, Miss Kim with CLK Creations. Let me see. We got a couple blue crewers in here. Thank you for joining us as well. Very much appreciated. Let's see. Anything new and exciting in your life there, Bear? Are you there, Mama Bear?
Yep, sorry, forgot I muted myself.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Sorry, talking to myself.
Anything new and exciting in your life?
No, pretty much same old every day.
Well, okay then.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Welcome, CZ.
I
Enjoying
live
your day, huh?
uneventful life.
Where's everybody at? Y'all. Where you at, y'all?
Probably at trivia.
Trivia.
But wasn't that at 10:30? 11:30. What time was? When was that?
Oh, I forgot. Okay then. Well, I guess the crew is in trivia. Michelle Apple, welcome. Good to see you. By the way, again, thank you for everybody that joined us last night. It was a great show. Yes, I've had the Black Rifle coffee. I've had just about every bit of it.
Well, that was at 10:30 Central. So 11:30 our time?
No. Central is 2 or 3 hours difference, isn't it?
I don't know, because it switches when there's daylight savings.
Central's like where Molly is, right?
I don't know. I'm not good at the time zone things.
Neither am I. I'm really bad at it, actually. Well, I guess let's start with this first and foremost, of course.
Central time is 10:51. Okay, so Central time's an hour behind us. So they should be done like 10 minutes, I think.
All right. Well, Joey, this is for you, my friend. Again, it is your day. And I hope you have a great one and a great year leading up to this time next year. We can do this again. Happy birthday to you, my friend. Here you.
Hey, Joey. Today is your birthday. Enjoy the day and make the most of it.
Today is your birthday, today is your birthday, today is your birthday, today is the day. Today is your birthday, today is your birthday, today is your birthday, today is the day. Today is your birthday, today is your birthday, today is your birthday, today.
I thought that was kind of funny. I don't know Joey as well as some others, so it's hard to pick. I try to personalize them for everybody, but I thought that was kind of funny. And 1 second, sir. Of course, everybody gets a cake. There you go. Make a wish. And okay, that was quick. Jesus. Hold on. One second here. Make it a little more personal, and we'll light the candles for you to blow out here. Hold on. There you go. Make sure you make a wish, my friend. And again, don't tell nobody because it won't happen. Okay. But again, have a great day, a great year. And we'll do this again next year, my friend. Oh, we're burning down to nothing. So hurry up, blow it out. All right, all right, all right. Happy birthday, Michelle Apple. Hello. And again, happy birthday, Joey. I hope you have a great day. Great year, great everything. Make sure you guys all wish Joey a happy birthday, please, and thank you. Kaylee's in the house. Welcome, Miss Kaylee. You are welcome, Joey. Absolutely. RC3, welcome. Alicia J's in the house. Hey, hey. I thought that you told them they were all fired, Bear.
I don't think Alicia went and played trivia, so she's good. It was the others.
Oh, so all the trivia players are fired. Okay. Good morning, Alicia.
Hiya, Kaylee.
I wasn't there. Enjoy that, my friend. I'm jealous. I love me some codfish. Alaskan cod. It's the best. It really is. Nice and thick. Oh, you're going to make me want to have fish now, Joey. I haven't had fish in a while. I'm not allowed to eat it here in the house because it smells bad. Oh, did I say that? No. Yeah. I'm not allowed to cook it nor eat it around her because she doesn't like it. Sea bass is amazing, my friend. If you can afford it, it's expensive as all hell. Sea bass and sea trout, they're both super expensive. Hey, hey. A barbecue in the UK. What is a barbecue like in the UK, Kaylee? I'm curious. What do you guys cook on the Barbie? Eddie, what is happening, Edward? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a great day. Lobster and extra butter. You got me there, bro. That's a hell of a birthday dinner right there. Yes. Garlic butter. Oh my God, you guys. My mouth is about watering now. You like lobster, Mama Bear? Oh, we have to talk, by the way. Go ahead.
Oh, Lord. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. You and I are really good friends. I would do anything for you. I'd stand in front of a bus for you.
Uh-huh.
But to sit and say that biscuits and gravy is gross, what the actual hell is wrong with you? How? How?
I don't like gravy, and biscuits is like eating a ball of cotton. You're muted, unless you just...
No, I didn't say anything. I can't.
Yay!
Most people do belt loop.
Thank you, Alicia.
You don't like them either. You're both fired. Get out.
Okay,
I mean,
bye.
Bye. Biscuits and gravy is like red-blooded American amazing. Oh my God. I can't. I don't understand it. I mean,
Oh, got me senses with me.
You have an excuse, kind of, but it still doesn't make sense because you're Northerners. But, oh my God. Biscuits taste like cotton and gravy's gross. I don't get this. Where's the rest of my people that like biscuits and gravy? Joey likes it, of course. Got me stumped. Don't like it either. What is wrong with you guys? You must not have had good gravy or something. Because have you ever been to Bob Evans, Mama Bear?
Yeah.
You ever had their gravy?
I don't know. It's been a long time since I've been there.
Okay. Good morning, Miss Jody. Another one of our teachers in the house. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, Jody.
On your day off. What are biscuits different to what the UK's biscuits here, Kaylee, are just dough. They rise to this about that big typically. They're round dough biscuit bread, basically. And then you make a gravy, a white breakfast gravy, we call it, with sausage in it, or you can do it without sausage, and you pour that over the biscuits, and that's it. You didn't like Bob's gravy either, Crystal. Wow, you guys are crazy. And Kaylee said for her barbecue, it's not like what we do here. What'd she say they were having? Proper burger,
Oh, I
chicken
bet
sausages, pork chops. That's what we do. Same here. I don't know what a proper burger is, but that's about how we do it here. The UK's biscuits are basically crackers, as I understand. Yeah, they are. Which is, oh my God! Again?
Hmm?
Did you hear that? Probably not. The military base is running drills this weekend, and it sounds like they're
Oh.
bombing us. Seriously, the whole house just moved. Bacon gravy. I'm with you on that, Crystal. I love it. Yes, it is very good. It is very good. I nowadays I would rather have that than the sausage gravy because the sausage gives me bad acid
See, I don't
reflux.
like sausage.
I'm not saying a word. Raul, welcome.
Bacon
Good
and eggs. I told you, bacon and eggs, pancakes, bacon and eggs.
the bacon and
pancakes.
eggs goes with the biscuits and gravy.
No,
Yes.
and the nasty old gravy will run over to my eggs and bacon and ruin it.
Joey, it's your birthday, and I don't want to insult you on your birthday, but what in the actual hell are you talking about? Hot honey mustard on pizza? Ew.
Ew.
Hot honey mustard is okay, and
No.
hot honey is good, but on pizza,
Mustard is gross.
I'm going to send a welfare check to your house here soon if you keep going. You don't like anything, do you?
And I wonder why my kids are so picky.
Oh, gee, you think? Miss Kim, help me here. There's the issue, not liking sausage. Burgers from a cow, sausage from a pig. Yes, sausage is great. You don't like any form of sausage, Bear?
I can handle like a little bit. What was it? Is it summer sausage? My grandma used to have it. It was like in a roll.
Yep.
Like just
It's an
maybe,
appetizer.
yeah, like a bite or two, but that's about
No,
it.
Taylor. No, Taylor. That's sacrilege. No. You don't put pineapple on pizza, Taylor.
No.
Jesus Christ. You guys are killing me today. Alicia, go get, there's Miss Wisdom. Infinite wisdom. Thank you, Lord. Miss Wisdom, please help me here. Please help me here, mother. This woman does not like biscuits and gravy, Wisdom. And then she said, what else did you say? Oh, she doesn't like mustard. She doesn't
don't
like
like
sausage.
sausage.
Help me. Brian. Kane? Is Kane in here? Kane, there's Kane. What's happening, Kane? Thank you for joining us today. So
Yeah,
not dried out burger,
brisket.
like-
Brisket is good, but it's so expensive.
It is very expensive. Tell her, Wisdom, how crazy she is. What's up, Kane? Good to see you, Kane. 35 peeps in the house with 25 likes. We're getting there. 2 days now, Brian. Lady, come off. Yeah. So not dried out burgers like me. Oh yeah, you have to have a thick. Those little things that McDonald's has. Those aren't burgers.
Hey, Brandy.
Not to mention they have to soak those. From my understanding, I watched the whole documentary on McDonald's stuff. They soak those in some kind of pink shit to make them edible. So if you got to soak something in some pink ooze to make it edible, then you shouldn't be eating it. Sorry. Brandy B, the OG.
Hey, Wisdom.
Go get all them trivial people. Tell them, come on.
Hi, Eddie. Hi, Brian.
What you say, Kane? What up, Dago? Have not found a sausage I don't. Right? Well, yeah. You said that, bro, not me. I get it, though.
You see
Right.
what Wisdom said?
Where? Some people have different. Ma'am.
Haha.
Ma'am. All due
Okay.
respect. Anything that tastes the way biscuits and gravy taste Okay, Mama Bear, do you like country fried steak? Do you know what that is?
No, I don't. It's got gravy on it.
You don't like gravy at all?
No,
You don't put gravy on mashed potatoes or anything?
no. Ruin my mashed potatoes? No.
Okay, we need to move on. I'm gonna have a tantrum fit something.
Hello, Kane.
This is insane.
Have a
stuff.
good day, Belt Loop.
You leaving?
Glad you stopped by.
We're about to move on from this conversation, everybody, but just saying. Sausage isn't on my favorites list. I don't even know what to tell you guys. Don't know what to say. Oh,
What's
who's that
Mikey
there?
gagging?
Brian. Bacon is great. Everybody, bacon, of course, everybody likes bacon. What is Mikey's gagging? Oh,
What do you
hi,
think?
Tandy.
I don't know on what, but I don't know if it's sausage.
Mike,
Mikey.
you don't like sausage? Eddie.
Hey, Eddie.
Get your coffee creamer, Crystal. I feel you. I couldn't do it either. Hello, Miss Tandy. How was trivia? You out, Kane? We'll make your
Oh,
donut.
chicken
bro.
fried steak. He doesn't like chicken fried steak either.
Really? Miss JC, hello. Used to not like bacon or tomatoes. The tomato thing I get because of a texture, but bacon, I don't understand that one.
Hi, JC.
Okay, Crystal. You got second place. Where's everybody else? Tandy.
It's all Stormy's fault. She's the one that tells him this. Go over there.
Yep. That's right. Yes, Joey, we make it from scratch here. We don't buy it in the packets. It doesn't make sense to do that. My wife is from Alabama, so figure that one out. If you tried to open up a packet in this house, a gravy packet, she'd probably light you on fire. Just telling you. Tomboy was first. Well, imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Only because I wasn't in there. Welcome, Kim. Even us California peeps like biscuits and gravy. Of course. Tomatoes, you know what? I like the taste of tomatoes, but the texture bothers me a little bit.
Tomatoes, I only like if they're fresh. And
Well, yeah. And they have to be sliced thin for me. I don't like the thick ones. Cut thick, which everybody thinks I'm insane.
cherry tomatoes, I prefer the most. But if they're sliced, it's okay.
I get you, Jody. We do hamburger and bacon gravy. Usually it's the bacon gravy because my mother-in-law will throw it together in 30 seconds. After she makes bacon with breakfast. We don't do the sausage gravy too often anymore. Fried green tomatoes are amazing. Oh my God. Yes, and tomatoes with hamburgers, good.
Oh, it's okay, Taylor.
Make sure you guys are popping over to Mama Bear's side and hitting that like button. Was SRB and Cassie in the trivia too, guys? Romas are good. They're great for spaghetti sauce. That's a fact.
Yes, Virginia.
Virginia Wolf, what's up? What's up?
So another weird fact goes with tomatoes. I can eat them with a little bit of salt on them, but I prefer sugar on my tomatoes.
Okay, I'm done. That's absolutely, that's all. That's
my
it.
grandpa did that too.
I've never seen that in my life. Fried green tomatoes are amazing. God, they're so good. Speaking of, we're gonna have to do our seedlings here pretty soon.
No, Joey. No.
I already knew that was coming. Already knew it. Of course you don't like avocado. You don't like guacamole. None of that stuff, do you?
Correct. I do like salt on watermelon.
Oh, yeah. You can't eat it without salt. What are you talking about?
Oh, you can. If it's a good
No.
watermelon, you don't need salt.
On cantaloupe too, and on apples. That's actually the only time I add salt to anything. I like making tomato and Vidalia or white sweet onion sandwiches with mayonnaise, salt, and pepper. Those are good. On white bread, of course.
Um,
Oh, that's
kind
different.
of, Joey.
Tandy, I've never
These
heard of
aren't bad.
tahini on watermelon. That's interesting. You put that on a bunch of other tahini on popcorn's very good. Cherry tomatoes instead of buying big tomatoes until they're yeah. I got you, Virginia. My wife had made something last night. She used to make all the time, and she'll take when we have rice, like white rice with something. I need to drink smoothies. Tahini is a spice, JC. It's like oh my god, I don't know how to explain it. It's a seasoning type. It's red, kind of reminds me of paprika, but it's got more flavor to it. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, it's like a chili season. It would help with that. It's 100%.
Ew on watermelon. Y'all are crazy.
That's what I said. I was never heard that before, but okay. To each their own, I guess. I mean, geez, look, somebody don't like biscuits and gravy.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I also call cantaloupe mushmelon.
Muskmelon or mush?
Mushmelon.
I've heard muskmelon before, never heard mush. All right, let's get the day moving here. What do we got in here? Oh, let's see. Oh, we got 34 peeps in here now, and welcome everyone.
Tina's because everybody down there, their brains are fried and don't know any better.
What?
She said everyone eats it like that here. They put it on all fruit. I'm not putting chili seasoning on my fruit.
Yeah, I don't know. That would be good either. All right, let me see here. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Somebody's at my door.
Where's my elevator music? Probably be back before.
All right, sorry. There's a lady picking up the cake. All right. Let me see here. Where are we starting at? Where are we starting? Good Lord. Why can't I do anything today? Hold on.
Hello, Rapper. How are you?
Okay.
I don't know. You can't quit getting interrupted to find out what today's topic is.
I'm trying. I'm sorry. Well, today it's a variety day like we always do, a little bit of everything. And I'm getting there, guys. I'm sorry with all the distractions today. The weekends are rough around here. Hold on here. One second. Rapper, how are you? Okay. Let's see. Where is this? Oh, here we go. Okay. Uno momento. There it is. Now I can get in there. I guess we'll start off here. Again, thank you, Stormy, and everybody that sends us stuff. We appreciate that very much. All right, let's start here.
A new
story.
case begins, that of a man accused of murdering a woman, setting her house on fire, and abducting her 2 young children. Following an Amber Alert and desperate search, the suspect was arrested. And now the legal battle begins as we try to piece together how this happened and why. We bring on Utah anchor and reporter Brian Schnee to discuss. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
What's up, Jesse Weber?
Really disturbing story happening in Utah we want to bring to you. So we have 29-year-old Ricardo Trujillo Rogel been charged with aggravated murder and arson for allegedly killing 23-year-old Mayra Catalan Dimas, setting fire to her home, this trailer, and taking Mayra's 2 children, a 2-year-old and 3-year-old. And reporting from KSL indicates that Rogel is actually, in fact, the father. This was back on March 24th out in Riverdale, north of Salt Lake City. So according to a police booking affidavit based upon a responding officer, quote, the trailer was filled with smoke and the responding officer saw a female laying on the ground near the doorway. The female victim had severe burn marks on her body. Now, thankfully, after an Amber Alert was issued, the search for the kids and Rogel ended that evening with a tipster calling in at 7:30 p.m. about seeing a white Ford F-150 apparently disabled a quarter-mile up the left fork of Hobble Creek Canyon. This is according to the Utah County Sheriff's Office. This is about, by the way, 85 miles away in Weber County. Quote, the vehicle matched the description of the suspect vehicle in an Amber Alert from earlier on Monday, March 24th, 2025. An adult male and 2 children were seen walking away from the truck. This is all according to deputies. And in fact, a license plate reader reportedly also noted the vehicle in the Spanish Fork area in the afternoon. So deputies said they arrived, they saved the children, and they arrested Trujillo Rogel. And according to KSL, he allegedly assaulted one of the law enforcement officers. Authorities gave the kids to the Utah Division of Child and Family Services, although according to USA Today, the children were placed with the family. And before we get into this more, a GoFundMe page has been set up that we're going to put up there for you as well in case you'd like to contribute. It reads, it is with great sadness and a heavy heart that we share the tragic loss of our beloved daughter, sister, mother, and friend, Mayra Dimas, was tragically murdered on March 24th, 2025. Her absence has left a void that words can't express. Mayra leaves behind her 2 beautiful children who were the light of her life. In this devastating time of grief, we kindly ask for any support to help with expenses to lay her to rest, whether through a donation, sharing, or offering prayers. We're incredibly grateful for your kindness as we navigate this heartbreaking moment and try to find peace in the midst of our loss. May you rest in peace, Mayra. You will forever remain in our hearts. We're going to break down all aspects of this tragic story, what led up to this, the background, and it is such a high-profile case. And when we talk about a high-profile case in Utah, we want to bring in friend of the show, anchor reporter from KUTV2 News, Brian Schnee, to talk more about it. Brian, so good to see you. What can you tell us about Trujillo Rohel and Myra's relationship? I mean, any idea about what led to this?
Well, there is a history there with domestic violence. And I know it strikes a chord, right, when we talk about this subject, because we can get to this point of it going to the next level. Now, I wouldn't say the next level is this. There was already 2 other instances of physical harm to Myra Catalan-Demas. And this dates back to almost 2021 at this point. So I've talked to a number of people about domestic violence, not just in Utah, but just the topic over the years. And I talked to a criminal defense attorney the day after this happened, who handles the most DV cases in the state and even works to change legislation and works with our lawmakers as kind of a policy liaison, if you will, for the Utah bar. So we talked about some of these things, and it's interesting because it gets to this level. And most domestic related incidents don't go past the first time, according to him. But it also is interesting when you look at after a domestic related incident, most people don't leave the alleged abuser or the convicted abuser. They stay together not because they're scared, but because of financial or because of children. And this case involves 2 young children and also probably some financial. That is just a guess at this point. But when you look at these 2 individuals, they were not married, but they had been dating or been together for quite a while, at least a few years, and had 2 young children, ages 2 and 3. And one of the domestic related instances that took place back in 2021 happened when she was pregnant. So there's a lot of deep roots to this that are really disturbing and really disappointing, that something more could not have been done to prevent, which is always what we talk about. How do you prevent something like this from happening? And I just don't have that answer.
Mama Bear's link is pinned in the chat. Circus Music, welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's at the top. Just click there, jump on over. And that goes for everybody. Please, if you will, jump on over there. Hit the like button, subscribe, and the notification bell if you haven't yet. Please and thank you. Well, hi, Stormy. And thank you for that there. I see we got the winners of Stormy's trivia. We're going to be doing that soon, too, you guys. A lot of people have been talking about the trivia. I've been trying to figure out a way to do it. So... it's fun. Trivia is fun. I need to make it over there for that. To Stormies to do that. I always forget about it.
Horrible story. Horrible story. But it's an important one. It's an important one to discuss nonetheless. And for that, I want to thank our sponsor, Upside, because it's with their support that helps us to keep on doing this, bringing you these stories. Now, Upside, if you don't know what it is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy daily sentence, right, for assault and kidnapping. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, and these are 2 completely different instances. One of these happened back in 2021, back in the Salt Lake Valley when they lived a little bit closer to Salt Lake City. Riverdale is north of Salt Lake City. By the way, Jesse, in Utah, it is Weber County. I had to adjust.
Oh, is that right? Oh, wow. Okay.
Our esteemed
right.
host here, but it is Weber County. Think Weber State. Think Damian Lillard. You know,
I'm incredibly narcissistic. What can I say?
So back in 2021, this was more significant than what happened in January. There was a moment where he strangles Myra, accuses her of being unfaithful. She's 14 months pregnant at this point, holds her against her will, breaks her cell phone, doesn't let her leave. It's terrible sort of domestic things that, unfortunately, an instance like that you read about almost daily if you look through courts. This is happening. This is happening everywhere. But in this instance, the charges were aggravated assault and they were an aggravated kidnapping. And they were actually dismissed with prejudice. The only misdemeanor assault charge actually stuck in this case. And when you have an instance like this, you know, it's he said, she said, what sort of witnesses can you build up? Maybe did statements back off over time from the victim? Did she not want to move forward with these things to prevent a father not being there for the young child? Ultimately, Trujillo Rohel was granted the ability to be there for the birth of his child, but still had that sort of suspended sentence, probation, had to go through treatment because there was a substance abuse sort of issue there.
I just put another link in the chat. Try that one.
What's wrong?
Hey, Phil, circus music. Try the link in the bottom of the chat. She said it didn't work for her.
Oh,
Welcome, Phil. Wonderful to see you. Oh, she didn't come to see me. She came to see you. Fine. That's crazy, Denise. You're welcome, sir.
By the way, we see that pattern with, I believe, methamphetamine use, not just from 2021, but to the instance back in January as well that we'll talk about here. That was a little bit, in a way, lighter, basically involved property destruction and wasn't a lot of physical harm to Myra at the time. But this one back from 2021 is a clear red flag. And the public safety assessment would show that there was clear issues here. It's this he said, she said sort of thing. And again, accusing somebody of being unfaithful while she was pregnant. And that's really where the history starts when we look at the domestic situation between these two, at least what's been reported, right? Or what's been called by police agencies filing some of these reports in our court system. So it goes back to something really tough to read back in June 2021. And then we see the end result of what took place here recently in Utah, because the situation clearly never fully resolved between these two, or at least with one party.
And that's what the allegations are right now. And I want to talk to you about the timeline. So let's start from January 2025, what we know about that, and then let's move into the timeline leading into Myra's death, if you can.
Well, the officer wrote that he went to go check out the same location, by the way, where the actual death took place just a few months later. And it wasn't really as egregious as what happened back in 2021. I mean, there was alleged drug use that Trujillo Rohel was under the influence, believed to be methamphetamine. They found actually powder around his lips. They wrote that in the report. He left the home to go to another trailer nearby where I believe his family lives. He has a family member that lives in that same mobile home park. But it was a domestic violence related charge, property damage, and possession and intoxication charges, because they found other things on him as well. Basically went through the home, broke a window, was allowed in the home for whatever reason by a family member or by someone else who was there, started ripping things, pictures off the walls, throwing them, really damaging things, and then just took off. Police found him again and then located him shortly thereafter in that close proximity. Meth was found on him. And again, he had that sort of white powdery substance again around his lips. And that was really glaring when you look at this, is that this individual was likely intoxicated while doing these things and destroying property in a home that apparently, as we learned, they were trying to move out of, which comes at a later date as part of the topic of conversation of what happened here in late March.
That's what was happening on the day that she died. She was moving out, right? What do we know about that?
Well, they were planning to move together, right? Or at least leave that area. I don't know the specifics of where they were going. We've learned a little bit more about them since. Obviously, you saw the work vehicle that was tracked as part of what was happening in Utah that day from the Amber Alert, which kudos to our law enforcement here in the state for really ramping up the ability to use that Amber Alert system without the camera detection that's in place for license plate readers, without the sophistication of an Amber Alert system here in Utah. By the way, they just ran Amber Alert testing in Utah just yesterday, where we got a test on our phone because they may have wanted to make some tweaks after what happened. The interesting piece, and I know we can get into this at a later time, is they didn't know the license plate right away, but once they had that, ramped up the search for that vehicle that day. So we knew that they were moving somewhere. We know that they have some roots in Redwood City, where there's a business up there that we believe they may have owned. It was like a card shop of sorts. Or there's also this company that he was working for that you see on the side of that truck. So
I'm questioning that too. Did they say 14 months pregnant? I don't think that's right. I mean, it's not possible, but I don't think that was right. Thank you, Stormy. Guys, please make sure you check out Mikey's channel, The Last 24. You will not be disappointed. Mikey's been putting out some great stuff there. And he is one of our own. So please go over there, show some love, subscribe, and support if you will. And don't forget to hit that like button, notification bell. You don't want to miss nothing. As well as the lovely Miss Wisdom Speaks. Thank you, Stormy, again. Miss Wisdom has an amazing channel as well. She's been putting out and doing so much good stuff and good work for the missing Indigenous and missing in general. So please go support that, guys, if you will, please. And thank you. I so much appreciate that very much.
I think he meant 14 weeks, not 14 month.
Okay. I was going to say, like, what in the hell? Even Wisdom was like, what? They go 14. Yeah, Brian, that's what I was saying. But if you don't go 14 months, Just saying. All right. Again, thank you guys for checking out those. I hope so too, Alicia. I think it makes more sense. Don't forget to hit those channels over there and show some support, please, and thank you. We appreciate that so very much.
It's kind of unclear at this point exactly where these two were working,
Tomboy.
but we do know that they were working. The community knew Myra well, which is why there's so much outpouring of support for her through not just a GoFundMe, but local businesses doing fundraisers for her. A really beloved woman in this community in northern Utah that a lot of people really knew. So it's beyond just the crime here. It's how is this community coping for a young mother who had a 2 and a 3-year-old who clearly went through it in this relationship when you look at just the 2 other instances before what took place here, Jesse?
It's devastating. And I mean, even if you read some details of the police affidavit where it says, quote, another neighbor stated she heard a female scream sometime before officers arrived at the structure fire. You just think about what the neighbors in the community might be thinking about this. But by the way, how do we know exactly the circumstances surrounding this killing? In the sense, if he did this, I read something that he called her back to the home. She was out with her mother. I mean, what do we know about the circumstances leading up to Myra's killing?
Oh, because they were apparently moving, he called her back. That's what we understand too. And that was written in one of the reports too. It was one of the probable cause affidavits. And the warrants aren't out right now and unsealed. I actually just checked before our conversation. With warrants here in Utah, they could let them be released 21 days after, up towards to 6 months. So we might not see some of those search warrants for that property.
Welcome under and over.
That typically lend a lot more detail depending on how detail oriented the officers want to be. So he calls her back. We understand. This is in the middle of the afternoon, by the way, because the structure fire call out was at 2:45. I remember this vividly because we heard the structure fire call out in our newsroom. We had a crew kind of going up there shortly after. They were finishing something else up. And the timeline suggests firefighters get on scene. Police are there as well. They pulled her out rather quickly. Not a big fire, by the way. He definitely did not achieve that part of what I believe the attempt was. And they knocked down the fire rather quickly. You think of a mobile home or a trailer, they can go up quick. We've seen it happen time and time again, just catches and goes. And this didn't happen. There wasn't this massive plume of smoke and this catastrophic damage and this concern of it jumping to a nearby home. There was none of that, but they did quickly find her, and an officer pulls her out and notices the stab wound to the neck. So she was declared deceased, I believe, on scene there too, after maybe an attempt to save her life. But there was the stabbing from what we understand, and then trying to set the trailer on fire. There was, of course, his blood located in the trailer and again later. So it didn't pull off the crime as planned, I imagine. But at the end of the day, I think it made this investigation a little bit easier and quicker for law enforcement because the fire didn't do the damage and they found her rather quickly, maybe a minor burn, but really they noticed the stab wounds to the neck rather quickly and determined as a homicide investigation with the attempt of arson on top of it.
And we all know that one of the reasons that people set fire to these scenes is to destroy evidence, right? Because there is a possibility. You talk about the puncture wound to the neck, and I don't believe we're entirely clear what was used for that puncture mark, that puncture wound.
Welcome, Tomboy.
It was a item that he later admitted to, believed to be a knife, throwing out on the freeway as he was escaping. So he admitted to it, at least in one of the documents, throwing the knife out of his truck somewhere believed to be along I-15, which runs from the Ogden area back down to Salt Lake and even further south, which is what allowed him to peel off into Spanish Fork and eventually into Hobble Creek Canyon. And he admitted to at one point throwing the weapon believed to be a sharp object of a knife of sorts out of the window. So yes, something likely had in his possession, then just tried to get rid of it after he realized.
Another stupid criminal, folks. Thank God they're dumb. I'll just say that much.
Quickly what was taking place.
What else did he tell investigators, as far as you know, when he was interviewed?
Well, not a whole lot. I mean, I think at this point, we're still waiting to learn more about maybe any admission of guilt or his timeline and those things. And listen, just had an initial appearance the other day and doesn't have a preliminary scheduled for, at this point, if we look at the date, a month and a week. And we all know how that goes, Jesse. That can be pushed out. That can be postponed. It can be waived. A lot of things can happen between now and then. Not a lot of other things have been filed in the court filings pertaining to this case, because I did look to see if there were any other documents that we could share with you in terms of things that have already been put out. But again, this was about a week ago and really caught a ton of people by surprise because of the events that transpired with the fire, with the homicide, with the 2 children, with the Amber Alert, and then everybody in the state of Utah looking for this vehicle, which at one point we didn't know the license plate. We didn't have a good picture of it. And then shortly thereafter, I want to say less than an hour after that Amber Alert
I
went
would like
out,
to think so.
we finally
D-Man.
got a better look at what we were looking for. And that allowed the public to really step up and find this guy before he was able to ultimately turn around and go a different direction and maybe escape.
I have a bunch of questions about that. Just putting a bow on the fire, I understand that authorities believe an accelerant was used, that this gas can was found outside.
Yep.
It was found inside the trailer. Talk to me about, did they find any evidence in his truck? We've been talking about the truck. You've been talking about the truck. Did they find anything in his truck?
Blood. Blood was detected on some of the clothing there, and obviously they pulled that clothing. I don't believe they found any other sort of accelerant, but again, that's what I was hoping to find when we learned about some of these warrants that law enforcement are putting, because they'll submit for this truck. You find evidence in here, they want a DNA swab, they want to do all these things, which obviously they've already done at this point, and the warrant clearly was probably signed, but we won't see it for at least, depending on how the officers filed this, could be 21 days or at least a week or 2 from now. But all we know is that blood was found in the vehicle and also blood at the scene, and discarding some of the clothes.
Sorry, guys. I did want to make sure that everybody does know to make sure to subscribe to CLK Creations for Miss Kim's channel over there. It's a great crafting channel. With the holidays coming up and spring here, guys, there's so many different little things you can learn from Miss Kim over there. She does amazing things. Please go check it out. The link is right there in the chat. You will not be disappointed. I promise you that. And even if you don't think you'd like it, if you're not into that kind of stuff, I guarantee you'll like watching it too, because it's some really cool stuff she does. So please go check it out. Show some support there. Absolutely. Hello, Miss Peggy. Welcome. Good to see you. And yes, see? Biscuits and gravy is amazing, especially homemade. Amen. Thank you, Miss Peggy, and welcome.
Clothing at the scene. We didn't hear about another accelerant in the vehicle, but just very descriptive. Blood from either him or Myra located in that vehicle, which was probably 50, 60, 70 miles away at that point.
Do we have any idea what he was planning with the kids, why he was in that area where he was ultimately apprehended?
Well, if he knew where he was going, he wouldn't have driven up that road. High country right now still has snow in that area, and there are gates at the end of a lot of these canyons in our beautiful state that don't allow you to drive with a normal vehicle back into the national forest and loop around. So we don't know where he was going because he didn't have a way out of that canyon, which is kind of the big lingering question is, where were you thinking about taking these 2 children? Before the license plate came out, it was just a white work truck from a very dark colored picture. You couldn't even make out the lettering on the side. And people were calling in the law enforcement all across the state. Hey, I just saw a white work truck. Hey, I just saw a white work truck. I mean, down in southern Utah, far away from where he was found, people were making these reports and law enforcement was staging on the freeway looking for these vehicles. And then finally the license plate comes out. And then finally a better picture comes out of what this vehicle actually looked like. And the best part about the investigation and watching it unfold in front of our eyes was the picture from the license plate reader in Spanish Fork on a surface road, not on the freeway. And once we saw that picture, some of us really kind of were talking about this of he's no longer on I-15 and probably not heading south on I-15 clear towards Vegas or clear to try to get out towards California or Arizona or any of these other bordering states or nearby states where people will try to get away from and rather go to. So he gets off the freeway, presumably in Spanish Fork, which is in southern Utah County. I drove through it just yesterday coming back from southeastern Utah, and he tries to go up this canyon. I don't think he knew where he was going or what he was doing, because at that point, you wouldn't go up that road with no plan. And he was just pulled over on the side of the road.
It's a really, really good point. Talk to me about this report that he allegedly assaulted one of the officers. He was further resisting law enforcement when he was captured. What do we know about that? Yeah,
the Utah County Sheriff's Office, who does a great job, by the way, and historically has been one of the more transparent departments in Utah since I've been here. They did elaborate a little bit. They didn't say punches were thrown or anything, but there was a resisting moment. Not clear exactly how much of a resistance there was. I think at this point, we're trying to see what records they will release to us per state statute of the Government Records Act that, by the way, will have some big adjustments here in the next coming months because of legislation. But we were hoping to find with either body camera video or dash camera video, depending on the responding deputy, was there a real scuffle there, or was he just not wanting to come out of the truck?
Hello, welcome,
or was
Alicia.
there a little
I'm sorry,
resistance
Leslie and
when
Billy.
putting the cuffs on? We don't know much more about other than they said in a report, or at least Sergeant Ormond with the Utah County Sheriff's Office told a lot of local media outlets that followed up on it that day, is that he did resist, but it's not really clear how much of a resistance. I think they were probably waiting to see exactly what they could find in terms of evidence too before putting that out there. So I don't know if punches were thrown or anything egregious at this point, because at the end of the day, he was pulled over on the side of this canyon road with his two young kids.
And he was uncooperative. I saw this from a arrest report. He was uncooperative. It says uncooperative with CSI and a blood technician when he was served with warrants. So it just adds to the interesting aspect of this. I want to talk about the kids. Let's end with the kids. Do you have any update on how they're doing, where they are? This is a nightmare for them when you think about their new reality. Any word on what's going on with those children?
Well, immediately they were placed in state custody, right? And then shortly thereafter, we understand were placed into back with family. So we know that Trujillo Rogel and both Myra and Ricardo have family here, because when I looked back into Ricardo's documents about his substance abuse assessments, as we learned in early March 2024, he has family in a neighboring city. He was staying with them while they were trying to work out some things while he was going through his substance abuse treatment. And it was mentioned in those documentation that he was living with another family member.
Golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good morning, Molly girl.
Myra also has family locally, so we understand the children are at least with family. Now, are they chipper and in great spirits? They're 2 and 3, right? So probably at this point, just trying to figure out how to say a couple more words and develop. I have a 3-year-old, so I'm just saying this as a parent of a 3-year-old. I don't know if they will ever really understand the trauma, and you would hope, because they're at such a young age, maybe they won't remember a lot of these things, you'd hope, when they get older. But we don't know the true status of how the kids are. The families have been relatively tight-lipped, and a lot of the community members have been talking. I do know at least one of my colleagues here was trying to just get some sort of something in writing from the family. I believe it was Myra's father. They're still trying to figure all this out. And we don't know at this point if the kids had any injuries. I don't believe they did. And it seemed like they were unharmed. So at this point, you'd have to imagine they're just trying to process, where's mom? Which is any question from any young kid is, where's mom? And normally you'd say, well, mom's at the grocery store. But in this instance, it's very different for these two children.
It's heartbreaking. It's
and it hurts as a dad to see that, Jesse. It really is. It really does. Yeah. I mean, I think about the first thing I thought about immediately was I have a 3-year-old, and you're taking a 2 and a 3-year-old on this probably high-speed, stressful joyride after taking the life of their mother, who had already been through the ringer with this guy. When you look at history and its past, so I feel for this family.
Well, thank you, Miss Noel. Hello and welcome, number 44. Thank you for that. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for the super chat, Noel. We appreciate that so very much, guys. Anybody that chooses to support our channel via super chat, super stickers, the Venmo, PayPal, and or Cash App, guys, it's never ever expected from any of you. Please understand that we do absolutely appreciate it so very much. It keeps our channels going, keeps the bills paid, and keeps us out here with you day after day. So thank you, and God bless to every one of you that chooses that. Thank you again. Wonderful to see you today, Noel.
Family, I feel for everybody that was involved, because
Be real.
I'm just really glad the Amber Alert system worked in Utah, as it has done time and time again, and they continue to try to perfect it in a really imperfect world sometimes when technology doesn't work. On that subject, when they learned the license plate, the first thing they tried to do was not only put that out to local media, because we have a large broadcast reach, but put them on all.
Shame, Mikey. Shame.
The billboards, on all the signs on the freeways. And I actually talked to Utah Department of Transportation. I said, hey, when are you getting this up there? And he said, our team's on it. They're trying to get this up there rather quick. So I can't speak highly enough about our state folks that helped solve this and give the public a best chance to make this phone call when they spot the vehicle.
It's amazing. It's incredible, because there could have been a different result to this in a lot of different ways. So
Yeah,
it's
we could still be
incredible to
talking about this now of where are the kids.
You mentioned the community. I want to end on this. How is the community reacting to this? And I understand even flowers have been placed outside of that Riverdale home. Talk to us about how the community is dealing with this.
Well, there was a pretty big outpouring of support. Like I alluded to, it sounds like a lot of folks in this community in northern Utah, in Weber County and in the surrounding counties may have known Myra pretty well. And we're still working to learn a little bit more about that reach. But there are some events taking place, I believe, on April 5th over the course of the weekend to try to raise some money for the family. Obviously, financial situations, when you lose some things in that home, but also lose a loved one, trying to make sure these children are set up, because at this point, dad won't be there, right? Because of the what's going to happen here. There's a lot of evidence that points to what took place, but the community is rallying around Myra and their family as best as they can, not just through GoFundMe's and fundraisers, but actual events and outpouring of support, laying flowers and trying to be supportive of somebody that apparently had a pretty big reach in a lot of these smaller communities outside of Ogden and Weber County.
Wow, that's just sad. Those poor kids. I feel so bad. These stories are crazy, you know? Just one after another, after another, after another. All right, guys, we'll move on from there. Let's see here. God. All right. Next up. Hang on here. Oh, this. Hold on. Now, this is something that just makes me so mad. So mad, you guys. And we see it happening more and more and more every day. All right, here.
The last 10 minutes ago, we want to bring this to you here out of Pennsylvania. We are learning that 20 school workers have been charged with abuse, and they are alleged to be doing issues here with abuse as far as physical harm and also mental harm as well. So let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
We're here today, as you all know, we charged earlier today 20 individuals who worked at the Chester Community Charter School with child abuse. 9 of the individuals actually, according to the surveillance videos we've reviewed, actually laid their hands on children and abused them physically. 11 other individuals who are sort of different roles in the school turned their backs and looked the other way. Or in fact,
now this is a charter school. Typically, it's a school that is for kids that are maybe have some behavioral issues per se, so on and so forth. So, of course, they're probably going to be acting out. ADHD, things like that causes some kids to act out, act a little different, hyperactivity, all that kind of stuff. To have these teachers who are supposed to be specializing in this situation, putting their hands on these kids makes me want to fight somebody. I'm just telling you. Caden went to one of these schools when he was way younger, okay? And we had to pull him immediately almost because he was being screamed at. Juniper, my granddaughter, went to one of these schools in the very beginning of last year and was pulled immediately because there was a teacher screaming at the kids in the classroom. You cannot work at one of these schools if you don't have the patience and or the ability to handle these types of kids, period. Don't do it. If you don't have the ability, don't do it. You need a paycheck that bad, go get a job at a gas station, okay? Our teachers, we have a few teachers in here, there's 3 of them in here right now that do amazing jobs. They're amazing people. And I've said this time and time and time again, our teachers deserve way, way more credit than they get. But don't ever do this, okay? This is not how this is how this works. And it just bugs the shit out of me. Thank you, Be Real. Appreciate that very much. God bless. So I'm just saying, guys, you don't you don't, well, here, those schools were put together for kids that had behavioral issues, learning disabilities per se. That's what they do here. So with the ADHD, kids are hyper. They move, they get out of their seats, they talk, things like that, and it's what they do. So knowing that that's why they're going there, okay, then they should be treated as such and have special teachers, I guess, or teachers that at least have more patience, in my opinion. Just saying. And that's a problem. You don't put your hands on somebody else's child. You just don't. They took that type of what do you call it, punishment out of the schools a long time ago. So thank you again to our teachers in here, Miss Tandy, CZ, Miss Jody, that do what you do. God bless. You guys are amazing, and I absolutely cannot understand how they do what they do every day, especially high school teachers nowadays. Good Lord. It's a scary situation. So thank you to the three of you in here for doing what you guys do and being good people. Okay. Just in general. Let this be a lesson to every mandated reporter. Don't stop with your supervisor. Go straight over their heads. If the laws are involved, DCFS and police agreeing to let bosses handle it, get you jail. That's a good point, Phil. Thank you. Hey, Miss Paula. Love you too. Good to have you here.
Oftentimes looked right at the abuse happening and failed to report it. So they are charged with failure to report. All of these employees, all 20 people, have a duty under Pennsylvania law to report instances of child abuse. They are mandated to report that by law. So by not reporting it, they violate.
Yeah, the three that we have here, Alicia, they were put together for the kids that get sent there have either learning disabilities or behavioral issues. The Summit Academy is the name of the company that does it, I guess. Company, not company, but the organization, the schools. And that's where they went for those reasons, because they were supposed to get smaller classes, more one-on-one attention, things like that. That's why they were there. In turn, again, you're going to need to have more patience. And you can't scream at these kids. You can't put your hands on these kids. So it's crazy. It is crazy. But again, the place here, we pulled our kids, my granddaughter and my son out and my other son, Tyler, went there. He was pulled out too, because the kids were fighting in classes, physically fighting with each other in classes. It was crazy. And they were just sitting there. So again, there needs to be more attention paid to this. I think you're right, though, Alicia, with what they're supposed to be, but I don't know why they turned into this. Maybe it was something extra that they put to it. I'll have to look into that, though, because now I'm curious. Thank you for the info, Alicia. I can't do kids today. I'll talk to you. Kids and hide them. Wait, what? I love and adore you all, but I can't do kids today. I'll talk to you. A little please hugs those kids and hide them. Much love, everyone. Okay. We'll take you and take care, Leslie. Understood.
Violated the law. We've also charged those 11 individuals who witnessed this without doing anything with endangering the welfare of those children. But there are 9 individuals who we have surveillance videos that I've watched of them putting their hands on these children. Some as young as 5. It's their K to 5 years grades. And these are children who are in the emotional support program. And so in the surveillance videos, you can see them doing.
Okay, another teacher in the house, Kim Gonzalez out of California. I see the aftermath. I teach in a state in a state prison. No teacher should ever do this. Amen to that. Thank you, Miss Kim.
Pressure point holds on the child's shoulder, causing them pain. You can see them grabbing their hands and putting them in front of them to restrain them. And oftentimes you can see them then using their knee to take the child to the ground. And at least one incident I saw them jack a kid up against the wall.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
This is just unacceptable behavior to happen anywhere but particularly in a school setting for children who are supposed to be getting emotional support. So we are thankful that the Chester Township Police, as soon as this came to light, Officer Strofe and Detective Mullen, working with our office, my Deputy District Attorney, Kristen Kemp, have investigated this matter. It's still an ongoing investigation, but we've charged these individuals and we're moving forward. And I assume you all might have some questions.
Can you talk about the emotional support program, first of all, so we understand that these kids are supposed to be getting help with their emotions and they're getting attacked in the class?
Exactly right. I mean, my understanding is these are children who it's been identified that they need more help at that age, a very tender age, K to 5 grades we're talking about here. And so these people are supposed to be giving them extra support as they're trying to learn in school. And instead, a lot of times they're just either intimidating them physically and then laying hands on them. It's very disturbing to see the surveillance videos.
Jack, could you tell us the relationship between the contractor and the school and who was involved there, and are they just as culpable as the school or vice versa?
My understanding, and again, this is a continuing investigation, is that most of these, if not all of these employees, I don't think all of them, but most of them were contracted through this organization, Peak Performance. Thank you. They're supposed to be keeping records, they're supposed to be training, and they've told the school that they were doing all of that. The law enforcement investigation is finding that out to not be true, that they haven't trained these people in the proper way to restrain a child, if you have to restrain a child. And the school is under an obligation, I think you see it in the complaint, that if a child is restrained at any time, that has to be reported by the state. So I think there are some issues here for both the school and certainly for this company that was providing some of these employees, because the school wasn't looking at their own surveillance video.
Jack, the affidavit describes this as systemic. It wasn't sporadic, it wasn't incidental. This was something that was known about, that people ignored or participated in. Is your office investigating the rest of that school just to make sure that this isn't taking place anywhere else?
Yeah, great question. So we are, as I mentioned, Alex, it's a continuing investigation. If you see from the complaint, most of the incidents that we've charged happened between November and December of last year. We're still looking at video. So there will be more work being done by these great officers from Chester Township who picked up the cudgel when we first got complaints in the door. They have been investigating this nonstop. But Chief Colson, who I spoke to this morning, is absolutely committed to continuing the investigation. And if there are more charges warranted, we're going to bring them.
Do you think that there are more victims out there? And if so, what's your message to these parents instead?
I can't tell you how many more people. I mean, 26 children have been identified as people who are victims already. We also know that some young people witnessed these things happening and may not have been actually victimized themselves. That's another form of victimization. I think, again, to Alex's point, this is a systemic problem.
I'll be honest with you. That was another reason why my granddaughter was pulled from the school she was, because she would come home upset because she was watching what she stated her friends being screamed at. Like, this teacher would get up in their face and scream at them because they wouldn't sit still or stop talking. And Juniper come home freaking out, crying, like afraid to go back to school because she was afraid she was going to get screamed at like that. And it causes emotional damage to these kids just to see it. Not, even if they're not being touched or harmed or whatever, watching that, hearing that, it affects some of them. Okay. And it's a thing. It's a real thing. So that, again, her mother went to the school and she screamed in the teacher's face and said, no, this is not how you do this. She didn't do it in front of the kids, of course, and she went to the principal, and a lot of people have pulled their kids out of that one academy. It's called the Summit Academy. And it's very sad to me. If you do not have the patience for this type of stuff, then you shouldn't be doing it. If you need a paycheck that bad, like I said, there's gas stations everywhere. There's grocery stores everywhere. Go do something that you can do. Don't do this. There's enough harm happening to our children every day. We don't need more of this. Welcome, Meg. Good to see you. It's beyond sad to me.
In the school where these kids in this program were living in fear, a lot of them. So if there are more victims, we would love for their parents to come forward. Probably took a lot of courage for these young children to tell their parents what was happening in school and why they were afraid to go back to school. But as we're interviewing these children, we're getting the stories. And if there are more people and more children who want to come forward, we are here for them, as are the Chester Township Police.
Have the victims' families seen these videos and just your thought as a human being watching these?
Yeah, I don't think that they've seen the videos. As a parent, I'm really disturbed to think that when you send your child to school, that somebody who is being paid to take care of your child is actually hurting them is just frightening. Just as a human being, it's awful to watch these grown people the way they're treating these young kids. And you can just imagine what this is going to be like for those children going forward. This is just not the way we're supposed to treat young people, particularly in a school setting. It's been a complete failure. And I'm outraged by it. Talking again to Chief Colson this morning, he hasn't seen anything like this either for a long time in his career. And so that's why we want to make sure that we brought the charges as quickly as possible, but also to continue the investigation to make sure that we've stopped it.
And Jackie, 20 individuals, 26 students. Have you seen a case like this where this many people are involved?
Not like this. And again, one of the more disturbing things is how there are people sitting there watching it happen. Sitting in the teacher's desk watching these kids get abused. And the surveillance video doesn't have audio, but you can see from most of these attacks, these children are just sitting there. And an adult comes over and starts pinching their shoulder till they're writhing in pain, and then putting them in restraints and then picking them up. Meanwhile, there's an adult just sitting there watching it all happen. I'm as outraged by that as you can imagine, right? Both the fact that somebody is physically assaulting these kids, but also educators, people who are working in the school.
Good point, Phil.
Allowing it to happen, systemic. Look the other way.
How long was the school operating with this company? How many years?
Don't know. You have to ask the school.
So with the 20 people, have they said anything? What kind of charges, what kind of time are they facing? Have they given any explanation for what?
Well, they're all, dealing with lawyers at this point and turning themselves into the police. I think 3 defendants have already turned themselves in today. They're all facing felony counts at this point. Some of them, a lot of them. Harris, Daniels, those defendants who actually touched those children time and time again, they're on all of these videos over and over again. And again, this is a continuing investigation, John, so there may be more charges coming. But they're going to have their day in court. Right now, these are charges, allegations, and we're prepared to move forward and prosecute them fully.
For the parents of remaining students there, how confident are you that this abuse has stopped? What would you tell them?
What I can tell them is all we can do in law enforcement is stop what we've seen and what we've learned and what we've uncovered thus far. We're going to continue
see you soon, Kim. Thank you for joining us today.
There are more incidents. If people want to come forward and help us with that, we are open for that business. But we're also
same here,
do
JC.
what we do in law enforcement. We're going to just continue to investigate this until we don't have any more bad actors to hold accountable.
And this was just a 7-year-old who said,
Agreed.
They didn't want to go to school anymore. Didn't want to go to school anymore, John, because he was afraid to go to school. When a small child is telling you, you're a parent, that they're afraid to go back to school because they're afraid of what the teachers are doing with them, that is just a parent's worst nightmare. So I'm thankful those young people did that. I'm thankful their parents listened. And I'm thankful that the law enforcement, the Chester Township Police Department, jumped on this immediately, contacted our office, and we've done the work we've done. None of these people right now, these 20 people, are teaching children today. That's a victory for people who go to that school.
You know, the spokesperson for the school said that all of the parents of these children had decided to keep their kids in the school. Do you know if that's accurate?
I have no idea.
Okay.
We know that the school says they conducted their own internal investigation. Did the school reach out to Chester Township Police?
Not to my knowledge. But the Chester Township Police did get cooperation from school officials. There's also child line reports that need to be made. So as soon as we knew something, and I'm not sure what the order was, whether or not the school knew first, but as soon as we knew something, Chester Township Police were on this that day.
Are they getting continued?
Pardon me?
Are they getting continued support from the schools? Is the school still cooperating at this time?
To my knowledge, they are. But again, it's a continuing investigation. What we've done, focused on this past weekend, was making sure that we got these people charged.
How far back are you looking at getting surveillance video here?
Well, at this point, the Chester Township Police have been able to look at a couple of months worth of video. I think that they're trying to get more of that. But again, continuing investigation. Our mission right now was to hold these people accountable and make sure that they're not teaching children today.
Just to make sure, was this one classroom that kids from K, or they like each grade had a classroom of this type of?
My understanding is there was a couple of classrooms where this program was being run in. And yeah, I think you see from the complaint that they're mentioned in there, classroom A, and then another with a different name to it. I forget the second classroom's name. But I think kids filter through those classrooms during the course of the day.
Do you know if this company is working with any other schools?
I don't, not at this point.
It seems like the workload's going to be pretty big in terms of like all of those teams.
Where did you find that at, Phil? I'd like to look at that myself.
Because anybody who saw anything didn't say anything. Everybody in the school now is that it seems like a pretty huge project.
Agreed.
Well,
See, okay.
What we've seen from the videos that we've looked at, right? It's inside a classroom. So if there's an individual who's a support staff who is assaulting this child, if there's a teacher watching, they've been charged. So as of today, we've gotten our hands around everybody we needed to charge based on the evidence we have today. But again, as a continuing investigation, there could be more videos uncovered. There could be more parents coming forward. But we're open to that. But we needed to get this case charged as quickly as possible, and that's why we're.
Is there anywhere parents should reach out if they think?
They can always call our office, as you know, Alex, but I would call the Chester Township Police Department, Chief Colson, Patrolman Strafe, and Detective Mullen have been doing a great job. They are the leads on this case in terms of the investigation at this
And is
point.
that where they're turning themselves in?
Correct. And they're making arrangements with the district court as well. We have a district court here in Upper Providence where we bring child abuse task force cases. And so this case will eventually filter through that court.
Where's that at?
Right here in Upper Providence on Providence Road. Yeah.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The Dago
Wow, you guys. Absolutely. Wow. Drop it to me in Discord, Phil. Are you here, Bear? Or have you come back yet? This just blows my mind. That's a lot of people. I could see one or two. That's a lot of people. And again, if you're sitting in a classroom watching somebody do this and you don't say something to that person, let alone to somebody of importance about this, that's a problem, guys. Too many things happening to our children, too much of this going on. I'm just beyond sick of this. And I know this affects people sometimes, but guys, this needs to be seen and heard. It really does. People need to know that this stuff's happening, and stop being naive to the fact that it's sad, because we send our kids to school in hopes that they're safe. We know that there's other things we worry about already when our kids leave our houses and they go to school. So now we have to worry about this on top of the other things we worry about. You know what I mean? Absolutely, Alicia. Absolutely. It is a monstrous problem, you guys, and I don't like it. I do not like it. Of course, none of us do. It needs to change. It absolutely needs to change. And like I said, the way the charter schools we have here are set up is they're set up to, and you pay for it. You have to pay for it. You don't pay for public, but you pay for these. And they are not super cheap. Okay. So you're paying extra money into these schools, who also get grants and stuff to pay their whatever they need. Okay. So, and these people are to take extra care of some of these kids because they need more attention, whether it's ADHD or in some cases, some of these kids are on the spectrum. Okay. They have some behavioral issues per se because of that, learning disabilities because of that. So they have smaller size classrooms. They do things, their curriculum's a little bit different to focus on some of these issues that the kids have from what we've seen. And they're harder on the kids. That's not the way this works. It is not the way it works. It's every day now for some kind of, yes, agreed, Kim, agreed. Unbelievable, you guys. It is really unbelievable to me. It's sad. If nothing else, it's sad. Yoy, 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 yoy. Let's see. Tomboy says you can get scholarships to charter schools. Shelby was offered one when she was in 6th grade, and then again going in 7th grade. That's awesome. Oh, you're okay, Tandy. Don't worry about that, dear. All right. Hold on. I want to just see something here. They agreed. 1 is too many, Demon, but 20, it's insane. All right, here's what I was looking for. Here's an update, and this is some parents voicing their feelings about this situation. Delco, Pennsylvania. JC, absolutely, hon.
Child abuse inside Chester Community Charter School. 20 people who work there are facing charges, with the number of alleged victims at more than 24.
And tonight we're hearing from more parents fearing for the safety of their children. Here's our Chris O'Connell.
One parent tells me she was sick to her stomach once she heard about these allegations. 26 students from an emotional support program at the school have been identified as the victims. And the Delaware County District Attorney calls that abuse systemic and deliberate against the most vulnerable.
My children came to me on several occasions about what was going on with the school, where I took pictures of my children's bruises.
This Chester mother didn't have to read the 84-page criminal complaint to know what happened to her son. He's listed as one of the 26 victims of abuse who were students at the Chester Community Charter School in Chester Township. She says it was so bad 2 weeks ago, she pulled all of her children out of the school.
If I can't see what's going on with my children inside the school, now that these accusations has been out, I need to make sure that my children are safe. And this is the way for me to keep my children safe.
The Delaware County District Attorney calls it every parent's nightmare.
You can see them grabbing their hands and putting them in front of them to restrain them. Oftentimes you can see them then using their knee to take the child to the ground.
20 people who worked at the school's West Campus are being charged with abuse-related crimes, 9 of them with unlawful restraint and assault. Investigators say surveillance footage late last year showed over 100 incidents of workers at the school abusing children in the K-5 task program for students who need emotional support. Complaint says the defendants used painful techniques such as pinching students on the neck, holding them in restraints, threatening them with shoulder work, and forcibly bringing children to the ground. 11 others at the school are also charged with witnessing but not reporting the abuse. Many of those charged work for a third-party contractor called Peak Performers Staffing, whose website is currently down.
When you send your child to school, that somebody who is being paid to take care of your child is actually hurting them is just frightening. Just as a human being, it's awful.
In a statement, the school says they are outraged by the company they hired to work with kids, saying, quote,
Exactly, Alicia. Late last year, why the F did it take so long to inform people? Thank you. That's my question. 100% my question. That was the district attorney for that area, Noel. He did amazing. I agree. And yeah, agreed, Alicia. It's crazy.
Quote, Peak Performers had not completed necessary training, did not have proper knowledge in their field, and were completely unqualified to manage children. Too late for this parent who's warning others at school.
I want the children, not only the children, but also the parents of the children to also feel safe when these children are in their care.
Now, we tried to reach out to Peak Performance Staffing. So far, we have not received a statement. We've also learned several of those charged have already turned themselves in to police.
At the Delaware County Courthouse, Chris O'Connell, Fox 29 News.
Wow. One moment here. This really bothers me. Really, really bothers me, you guys. I'm sorry. Unbelievable. Now it's believable. I'm just sick of seeing it. Let me see here. Wait, hold on. Wow. Sorry if that triggered anybody. My apologies. But like I said, it definitely needs to be seen and heard and needs to be known. It's too much. Let's see.
We are on your.
Hold on here. I have one more piece of info with this, and we move on to the next story. Oh, okay. Thank you, Phil. She just went to regular middle school, which is where my daily chore to wear something outrageous until they come. I got you, Tomboy.
Corner this afternoon in Delaware County, where child abuse allegations are rocking a community. Good afternoon to you, everyone. We're also streaming live on CBS News Philadelphia. I'm Natasha Brown.
And I'm Siafa Lewis. 9 employees of Chester Community Charter School are accused of physically abusing more than 24 children. 11 are accused of allowing the abuse to continue.
And our Nikki Dementry hears from 2 mothers who say their kids were definitely affected by this. Good evening to you, Nikki.
Good evening to you both. Yesterday, we heard from the Delaware County District Attorney who said, quote, "This case is every parent's worst nightmare." Well, tonight we're hearing from 2 mothers who are living that reality. And they both say that their children are a part of the 26 students enrolled here at the school that police say are victims in this case.
You cannot do this to people's kids. We're not sending them to school to be abused.
More than 24 children, according to the Delaware County District Attorney's Office, were physically abused at Chester Community Charter School. This mother, who does not want to be identified for fear of retaliation, says her 5-year-old son is one of them.
They put him in a chokehold. They pinched him.
The kindergartner was enrolled in the Team Approach to Achieving Academic Success program, which, according to the school's website, works with children, quote, facing unique academic and behavioral challenges. The district attorney's office says all 26 students were a part of this program.
Bingo. There it is. And that is proof. So these kids had behavioral issues, learning disabilities, and instead of spending more time being more understanding and being more comforting to these kids, they physically hurt them. I told you guys. I told you. Why? Why? I don't understand this. That's not the answer. These are kids that, like I said, most of these kids are probably on the spectrum, ADHD, have other learning disabilities, so on and so forth. And this is the answer that they have for this. This is ignorant and disgusting to me. It drives me nuts. Welcome back, Mama Bear. Same reasons why we pulled my son and my granddaughter out of these schools. Both my sons, I'm sorry. 100%. This is not what you do.
That means y'all been harming 26 children, which y'all been harming 26 families.
Another mother, who also didn't want to be identified, says police called her in January.
I cried because my sons are little. Like they're petite, they're little guys. They're only 7 and 8.
20 employees tied to the school are facing felony charges in connection with child abuse allegations. Court records show the abuse dates back to November of last year, and many of the incidents were caught on surveillance video.
So what I do now, I just question him every day when he come home. I just question him. He's very scared.
November of 2024, and we're just now hearing about this. Once again, It was stated here in the chat just a little bit ago. Why are we just now being told? Why are they just now being told? This is insane. Absolutely.
Though, but I know I can't just like leave them home. I gotta send them.
According to the district attorney and confirmed by a school spokesperson, many of the employees involved in the case worked for Peak Performers Staffing LLC. The school says that outside company, quote, were completely unqualified to manage children, adding they did not complete proper training. A spokesperson adds,
so now I have to wonder, do these people have teaching degrees? You know, Tandy, CLK, Jody, I'm sure had to go to school to get a teaching degree, to be a teacher legally. I know my daughter did. And if this company is just bringing anybody in and saying, here, we need you to go babysit these kids, because that's basically what these people seem to think they're doing, but they're not. Without degrees, that should shut that company down altogether, in my opinion. I hope. Yeah, there was no proper training whatsoever.
it's cooperating with investigators.
I'm supposed to be trusting y'all with my child for 8 hours. How can y'all do this on my child?
Peak Performers website has since been taken down, and our calls for answers have yet to be returned. The Chester Township Police Chief shares with me that 6 of the 20 people facing charges here have turned themselves in. He also added that more parents have been contacting the police station throughout the day to report incidents that might be connected to the case. For now, live in Chester, Nikki DeBentry.
Wow. Let me ask this question to our teachers in here. When you get your degree, for instance, if you're a special needs teacher, we'll say that, behavioral teacher, whatever, I don't know how this works, but do you have to have specific qualifications, you guys, or do you get extra training to deal with these kids that have the learning disabilities and or like the behavioral issues and so on and so forth? That's what I want to know. And that's a good point, Alicia. That's 100% true. Qualifications don't really matter, honestly. Non-abusing children is kind of just what you're not. Yeah, right. And that's why I'm asking: is there specific qualifications you need to have with your degree to handle specific types of children like this? I want to know, because if there is, then that just says more, because they obviously don't have that either. Did you sneeze, Bear?
No.
Oh, I thought you sneezed. I was going to say, bless you. A tomboy said, yes, a degree to be a special education teacher. That's kind of what I thought. Okay. My dad had to do extra classes when he took this, but yes, see, that's what I thought. And these people, in my opinion, probably don't even have standard teaching degrees, in my opinion. This is just insane. I don't know. Any thoughts on this, Bear?
Yeah, a lot of thoughts on it.
Well, we know that your children are homeschooled now.
Yeah, because the school sucks.
All right.
And now I'm having issues with one of the online teachers. But anyway.
Oh, Lord. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's a process. Yeah, I really think there needs to be more screening or something. I don't know.
Well, they subcontracted this company that specializes supposedly in this, is what it's called. Peak Performance Staffing.
So did they not do any checks on the company with other schools or
doesn't sound like it.
Employees?
Right.
I mean, that's the thing. You just can't take the word of somebody and expect it to be the truth anymore. You used to be able to.
I don't. More and more and more and more. As much as I believe that children should be in school because of the social interaction that they need, I'm scared. I'm scared for our kids. I'm scared to send our kids to school, guys. It's not this. It's worrying about somebody coming in and freaking out and doing something bad in the school, or somebody. You know what I mean? It's just not. It's scary nowadays. It's just really scary. I just don't understand this anymore, you guys. I don't.
Yeah, and especially with the special ed, if you don't have the patience, the love, the care to take care of these sweet children, then go a different route.
That's my, yep. That's
Because
it.
they depend on you to help them, not to tear them down or to make their situation worse.
Mm-hmm. Candy said, for autism, you're a BCBA board certified behavior, which is what you have that, don't you, Tandy? From my understanding. And that's it. That's it. And yes, what? Okay, Joey, enjoy your birthday today. Have a great day, sir, and we'll see you soon.
Hi, Joey. Have a great day, hon.
And yeah, you're right. You're right. Like I said earlier, if this is just, you're doing this to get a paycheck, please don't. These kids deserve extra special attention. They need that. They need the people that have patience and the ability to withstand or deal with these situations and understand where these kids are coming from. And this is what makes me so mad with this. A lot of these kids do not understand why they're being hurt. Okay. If they, because of the way that their mind works, all they know is this person is hurting me. This is the person I trust and they're hurting me. They don't understand that this person's frustrated and that's why they're hurting me. That doesn't work in a child's mind with like this, guys. It doesn't. It just
And
doesn't.
the other thing with special ed, when you go into it, you need to realize, especially if you are working with like nonverbal children, you need even more patience. Because like Under and Over said her teacher or her sister, I think it was working with in a school, and the kid broke her arm, but she works with older kids. You need to know going into that, you might be the one that's hurt because this child is trying the best that they can to communicate with you. They don't mean to hurt you. And that certainly doesn't give you the right to hurt them back.
No, God, no. Absolutely not.
And
absolutely not. Hang on. Yes, JC, you can. Sorry, I just now saw that. This bothers me, you guys. I know it bugs people, it triggers people, but it bugs me because I think people don't realize how often this happens.
Yeah.
Okay?
And I just found out last week.
Your link is in Discord, JC.
This week or last week, I just found out that a kid down the street, I think he was a teenager, his mom, who's a physician, I don't know. I don't know the whole story, but anyway, she had a company camp, whatever, come in the middle of the night, kidnap him, and take him to a camp to correct his autism.
Oh my God. This is a doctor, mind you, right?
Yeah, a doctor.
See? No. You can't. No.
Yeah.
Good, my God, no. Welcome, JC. Thank you for joining us. See, this is the stuff that blows my mind. Unbelievable. This is a physician, like she just said. They have the knowledge and the wherewithal to understand why this happens with these kids, and they're sending them off to a boot camp to correct it. Give me a break.
Yeah, just like, they do the camps for the gays.
Yes, I know. It's insane. What do you think, JC?
This is outrageous.
It is.
Like, I am, like I said in chat, like, I'm supposed to be pro public school because I come from 2 public school teachers of years. But it's happening more and more. And so I've been aware of, how teachers are supposed to, treat kids for all my life. And the older I've gotten, the more I've heard of these horrific, like, stories of stuff like this. And it, you have enough going on with kids these days you know, bringing weapons to school and, not having your kid feel safe anyway. And, you know, when we were in a smaller school, it was fine. But ever since my dad has went to the bigger school.
Mhm.
And by the way, when they first moved to Wyoming, um, the f- the first year my dad didn't get into my mom got the job, so that's why they moved.
Gotcha.
And my dad, didn't really know what he was going to do, but he got a job at the alternative school. And then the next year he got into the high school and stuff like that. Um, but there is a quite a difference between like disciplining a child or a kid and abusing them.
Oh Lord, yes.
Um, and then also like, but these are the little kids. Like
Yeah,
that's what's really sad to me is it's the little kids that they're like, go pick on someone your own size. You know what I mean?
Yep, they are the elementary school age kids, and that's what I don't get.
Yeah, and my dad was the head of the weight and strength department for I don't know how long, years. And then he stepped down to be um like the life coach for these, you know, not troubled necessarily, but maybe a little bit more challenged kids.
Right.
So, I mean, he's had it good his whole teaching career. I mean, he's basically been a PE teacher, a health and, a weight and strength coach, a health teacher, the wrestling coach, the football coach, whatever. But he, basically, even when we were in our small town, there was this one kid that was mentally challenged.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad basically like took him under his wing. I mean, he worked with him every day. He made special efforts for this kid, okay?
Right.
And the amount of like respect that this kid had for my dad and the parents had for my dad is just outrageous. I mean, this was over 20 years ago, and I go back to our hometown or whatever, and people still talk about my dad.
Because
Like,
he took the time to focus on a situation that needed extra attention, and he did his job, and
yeah.
then he took that
And
extra.
he
Yeah.
was he was a hard ass, like, don't get me wrong, but like he also like did it in a way that like pe- people still respected him, like his basketball girls. Like, if I was some of his basketball girls, I would have walked over to the bench, slapped him, and like whatever. But they're like, and some girl told me like he's the only man I've ever let yell at me like that, and I still have respect for him, and stuff like that. So a few years ago, and I don't know how long ago it was now, it's been a while, but
Mm-hmm.
he stepped down from his weight and strength, position to take on these, you know, um, needing more attention kids. And yes, he goes to the swimming pool with them. He takes them bowling. He does this. But he also like makes sure that they get to class on time. Like he's got all this stuff, and he's got elementary, and he does elementary and high school.
Right.
He's got like 2 or 3 elementary schools, the middle school and the high school. So he's got like, I don't know, 50, maybe 30 to 50 kids
Right.
that he manages, and it's
Well,
crazy. Like,
my biggest problem, I'm gonna. When I was in third grade, I was 9 years old, and I
mhm,
had a teacher. Her name was Mrs. Freeman,
mhm,
and she was probably at that time in her 50s, maybe mid to late 50s. Okay. She
mhm.
had 0 patience, and there was me and 2 other kids in her class that were obviously ADHD kids. We would talk constantly. I was always getting up and down out of my seat, so on and so forth. This woman left a scar on me that I still have at 50 years old on my hand because she had the long nails. Okay.
Did she do the bracelet thing?
No, she grabbed me by my hand and dug her nail. If you can see it, it's right here into my hand so deep and so hard that it scarred me for my whole life. And grabbed me, dug her nail into my hand, and drug me in the hallway. And we out in the hallway, we had benches that were lined in the. There was like an alcove that would go into the stairs, and she had benches there where kids that were bad would have to go sit during class. She flung me so hard that I slid and went underneath one of those benches. Okay.
Oh my God.
So I go home and my hand, it bled the rest of the day. I cleaned it up and it bled. She didn't care. She didn't care at all about it because I showed her. I'm like, my hand is hurting. I was 9, and I was crying and all that shit. She was like, well, you should have listened and stayed in your damn seat. Blah, blah, blah. That's exactly what she said to me. I go home. I showed my mom my hand, who was a nurse, and she's like, how the hell did you do that? And I told her, and she went, what? She took me to school the next morning and walked. She almost physically, and my mother's not this person. Okay. She was always believed that if you're bad, you get disciplined, whatever, blah, blah, blah. She almost physically went after this woman. We go to the
Oh
principal.
yeah.
Okay. I had been paddled by that principal more than probably 3 times. I was just back then, ADHD was not understood as what it was. You're just a bad kid, blah, 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 so on and so forth, whatever. There was 3 of us in this class that were like this nonstop. Okay. Constantly talking to each other, laughing. We can't sit
Goofing
still,
off.
that kind of stuff. I mean, it was so bad that the one kid she went off on picked up a chair and threw it at her because he flipped out. Okay. He obviously had more issues than most of us, but the woman continued to teach, from my understanding. You don't do those things. I mean, she caused physical harm to me that left a scar on my body for 40 some odd years. That's still there. How do
Yeah,
you,
she wouldn't get away with it today.
right? You cannot teach. And I don't care, not even just special needs kids, you guys, not even just
Any
special
kid.
needs. You have to have patience with children in general. And this woman did not have any. I mean, she would watch the prices or the Price is Right at lunchtime. She would eat in classroom. She was just one of those ritzy titsy, I'm better than everybody type people. And if you didn't do what she wanted you to do, then you were physically attacked by her.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
can't.
understand that. I don't get it. Why would you want to be a teacher if you don't have any kind of patience whatsoever? She had
And
no kids.
and also, like, I think one of the main things they need to teach you when you go to college to get a teaching degree is to have some patience.
At the very least, you would
At
think.
the, like, that's just common.
And you
I
would think
mean,
like children.
maybe you shouldn't have to have as much with older kids because, like, they know better, like, whatever, but still, every kid is different. And what if you do have an autistic or, ADHD or, some kid that has
Yeah.
an issue, like you have to be understanding to that, but you should know your students like that. You know what I mean? Like
I
maybe
agree.
not first off at the year, but like as the year goes on, get to know them and how they operate and what their issues might be.
Well, it was learned that she didn't even like she had no children of her own and she didn't like kids. Why are you teaching
Why
this?
are you teaching?
Thank you. Especially at the elementary level where the kids are going to be hyperactive and this and that. There was
Yeah.
nothing fun about this woman. She was very scary in every aspect. She didn't do, how a lot of elementary teachers will do fun things with their
Oh
kids.
yeah.
Holidays get close and this, and you do like things for the holiday. She did none of that, guys. None of it. It was like a reform school teacher or something. It was not, and in 3rd grade, mind you, 3rd
Yeah,
grade.
I don't know if they can do the parties like they used to, but I mean, back in our day, yeah, like we did parties all the time for the holidays.
She did none of that. Nothing. We used to do, I remember every other class and year I was in elementary and school, because I went through many schools. Halloween, you would come to school in your costume, do a little parade thing outside.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a little Halloween party, Valentine's Day,
Yeah,
all those
you'd make the
things.
Valentine's boxes.
The teacher did none of that, guys. I never, ever in my life have ever seen that in my life, but she did none of it. So you shouldn't be here. You should be
No.
working somewhere in a military camp or something. I don't know, but just it scares me to know that these people exist. And this was back in 1983, 84. Okay.
Yeah.
And now we're here. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I show these things, because it's here. It's out here every day. We send our kids to these people, hand our kids over to these people on a regular basis, and it's just gotten worse and worse. So if you don't like children, you don't have patience, don't be a teacher. Go do something
Yeah.
that works with you, okay? It's not like teachers make a ton of money anyway. They make nowhere near
They're
it.
definitely not in it for the money.
No, they should. They definitely deserve way more money, especially high school teachers. They should get hazard pay, in my opinion. I'm just saying, but
Yeah.
um, I just it bothers me, you guys. Seeing things like this bothers me in a bad way. Knowing the things
It
that I
puts
went through.
the problem is, Dago, is it puts such a bad name on the other ones,
Oh,
the
of course.
good ones. You know what I mean? Like
Thank you,
there's
Taylor.
there's bad eggs in every basket, and it just a school is something that, like people need to work together, like especially staff at a school, they need to work together for everything that's going on, and to have to even think about your own people, uh, doing this to the children is just absolutely
And it's
not
yeah,
necessary,
right,
or
right.
shouldn't be a thing.
No, and even listen, I can understand it more to not enough to say okay, it's all right, but a little bit more if it was high school. But these are elementary school kids, okay?
Yeah.
They're gonna be hyper, they're gonna be happy. You want them to be. You don't want them to be. I don't want to go back to. You don't want them to start crying. My granddaughter would start crying if she knew she was going to school until they took her out of there, because she was afraid she was going to get screamed at by this teacher.
Well, and that's why my sister, um, kind of why my sister, held my, well, didn't hold my niece. Well, she did hold my niece back, but it it's an age thing. But also, she said that the teacher that she had in first grade the first time was not like, she said that Mrs. So and so would yell at the class all the time, and I mean, they were first graders, and she was yelling at them all the time, like screaming at them, I guess.
No,
And
not the answer.
so my sister didn't like that, and she did, make the decision to hold her back and send her to the, next, the other school the next year, and and now she has a great teacher this year and everything's fine, but I mean, kids are going to remember that, like
Forever. My
if
son.
you if you
Yeah.
had a, you know, a I remember having my sixth grade teacher was probably the hardest teacher. I mean, she never would like abuse us, but like she was just hard on us.
Stern.
My fifth and sixth grade teacher was really, they were really like tough teachers, but I they were never abusive, not physically.
Well, like you said,
But
you don't
they
you
and they
remember, of
got mad at us, but when we needed to get mad at, you know what I mean? Like,
course. And that's something that's important too. Like
but
Caden's
they're
first.
also like two of the teachers that I probably thank the most today and give most of the credit to today, because I learned more like life skills from them than, school,
Right.
knowledge stuff.
Well,
But
and like I was saying, Caden, my son, when he was not understood by a lot of people, okay? And even his
right.
teachers, they didn't have patience, a lot of them. They didn't understand it. Some teachers he had said that their excuses that, no, you don't know this, okay? Then you shouldn't be here. And his first grade teacher, Miss Christie, I love her. He loves her. She still looks into him. He's just graduating this year. She's the one that pushed us for the IEP and the 501 plan, all of that stuff. And he still remembers her to this day because she understood him. She
Yeah.
got him. She found a way to get through to him to help him to get to where he needed to be. And if it wasn't for her, Caden probably wouldn't have gotten what he needed for years, okay, and not been able to bring himself to where he needs to be with this. So, and that's remembered. That'll be, like you said, remembered forever. He's never forgotten her. He never will. He repeatedly talks about her, and this was his first grade teacher, guys.
Oh
He's a
my
senior
gosh.
here. So that's what I'm saying. These are the teachers that are doing what they're doing for the right reasons. Okay. And I love this woman with everything in me because she was such an amazing teacher. She had 27 or 28 kids in that classroom and had the time to be able to focus on my son and another child like him in her class to make sure that they got the attention that they got. And not every teacher has the ability to do that. I understand, but she did it.
She had a good eye for what
Right.
needed to be
Yes.
more.
And you know what's funny is she was young. She was like 23 or 24 years old.
Probably
She
like a first year teacher.
third year, I think she was in her
Third, yeah,
third year.
not
She was
too many.
right. She was fresh. She was, young. And I'm not saying that means it makes it any better or makes it why she was that way. She just had the ability to want to help these kids, and she cared. And that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what's needed, in my opinion. Taylor sent this over here out of Oklahoma, you guys. I'm going to play real fast. And thank you, Taylor. It's about the same situation, I guess.
Yeah, my dad just texted me back. He said that is just crazy stuff.
It absolutely is. I agree.
Tonight, an investigation into alleged inappropriate conduct by an Ardmore City Schools employee. School officials shared a statement with K10 saying the district recently learned of allegations involving inappropriate conduct by an employee. The district took immediate action by removing the employee from the school premises and notifying law enforcement. Ardmore police confirmed this investigation, saying they hope to release more information soon. You can check k10.com for the latest updates.
Oh, okay. I thought there was more to it than that. Conducting an investigation, head baseball coach. So this is probably something a little different than what we were talking about from what I'm reading in the thing. Either way, I appreciate it, Taylor. Thank you. So yeah, I know we've focused on this a little longer than we do on certain issues, guys. It really bothers me. That's all.
If I would pay more attention, Dago, I would send you stuff from here that I see every day.
Sure. No, I get
I
it.
mean,
I
but
understand.
I just
Absolutely.
read through it and, don't think much of it. And I'm like, oh, that's awful, and move on to the next one.
Of course.
Because
100%.
you do get kind of immune to stuff like this, and it gets, because there's so much of it that goes on in the, in the big cities per se, but
Right. And that's
it's
the
still,
problem.
it's still, it's none of it's okay. It's not okay.
You shouldn't have to get used to it. That's the thing. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Just saying. But
It's
anyway,
happening too much.
Oh, 100%. 100%. We're going to move on, you guys. I don't want to get anybody stuck in this, but it's just something that needs to be approached. I've seen it. I looked at the other one, Taylor. I read it. Thank you very much. Appreciate those. But it's definitely something that needs to be paid attention to. It's definitely something that needs to be known. And of course, we have the other side of things too, which I've been showing you guys left and right too. Inappropriate behaviors between students and teachers going on, female teachers, male students, blah, blah, blah. So it's
yeah.
all of these things to the point where, do we send them to school or do we not? Because God knows what's going to happen every day. It's crazy. Welcome back, Kim. It is definitely an important thing to focus on, at least I agree. And it needs to be known. People don't think about this on a regular basis. You just send your kids to school and say, okay, move on with my day until something happens. Bullying and all of these things are important because it affects these kids long-term, you guys. These are things, well, hell, I'm 50 years old and I explained to you something that has affected me enough for me to pay attention to it. How many years later? I was 9. You know what I mean? It's important. It is permanent damage being done to these kids in a lot of ways, and it affects their adult life, their adult relationships, them as a person, all of it. And it's not good. Not good at all. So that's why I bring notice to these things as often as I see them and let everybody know that, hey, this is going on. All right, onward. We have, the bullying thing is really, really not good.
I'm just gonna be sitting here.
Sorry, guys. Sad part is we weren't. No, and that's the thing. We weren't bad kids. We were misunderstood back then. It's understood now more. You know what I mean? And I get that. But even the people that, with all the understanding that's out there, it still happens. Okay, and that's not cool. So, all right, guys, I've had multiple requests for this. 1 second here. Thank you for being here with us today, JC. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you for having me up.
Always, always, always. Okay.
It just caught my attention because, like I say, like I come from a family of 2 teachers, and
Who would know better? Agreed.
yeah.
Absolutely agreed. All right, guys, I'm gonna pull this up here. 1 second. Where is it now? I just had it this morning and yesterday, and I'm losing things in here again. Hold on. One second here. Who sent that to me? I can't find it back here now. One moment. Whoa.
I don't know what you're looking for.
Oh, it was the lawyer thing that somebody had sent me. I just had it in here.
Hmm.
I am trying to find where it went. Give me one moment. Hang on.
Well, I'm gonna jump down because I'm gonna just listen and chat. But
Okay, thank you for being up here. Appreciate you.
yep, thank you for
Thanks,
having me.
JC.
I'll listen and chat.
Absolutely, absolutely. One second, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm not. My organizational skills are a little rough sometimes. There it is. Here it is. Hold on. Yeah, I've had a lot of people. I was going to review this the other day, and I got wrapped up in other stuff. But I've had a lot of people that request that we review this and talk about it. Here you go, ladies. This is what you've been looking for. I'm sure everybody loves this.
Back to another episode of The Lawyer You Know. And today we're going to be taking a look back at the Brian Kohberger case because so much has come out about it. We've been doing some videos here and there. Some of you guys are sending
Welcome,
some
Aurora.
documents. I really encourage you to continue to do so. So
This
I know
is
which
quite
ones
interesting.
specifically
So we're
we're
going to
talking
review
about
this
or you
and
have
talk
questions
about it a
about.
little bit.
But this one was shocking to me. When I read it, I was like, whoa. And this just continues to let me know that there's so much about this case we don't know. We're going to be surprised throughout this trial. And maybe some of it is bad for Brian Kohberger. Maybe some of it is good for Brian Kohberger. From my perspective, I just know we don't have all the information yet. And the affidavit that has been filed by Brian Kohberger and his team from their expert with I can't even explain how much experience and expertise this guy has. For him to come out and say what he said about the prosecutors in Brian Kohberger's case shocked me. So we're going to take a look at that affidavit today and see if this is an indication of a bigger picture and bigger argument we could see coming for Brian Kohberger in this trial. So this was filed on March 26th, And this is the notice of filing affidavit in support of the defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine regarding the AT&T timing advance records. And what's going to be important about this is what he has to say about the process and procedures. We're going to read through like what kind of an expert this guy is. First off, it's Ray. We've already heard about him and talked about him before, but in case you haven't, we're going to get a little bit of his background here. But the interesting part is there are pieces of evidence throughout this case that the defense has said it's impossible for it to work like this, or they must have gotten more, or they couldn't have done it that way. And we know somebody has come before the court and told them it was not done the right way. And some shocking things have come out potentially about how this investigation has been done and the problems with it. Now, recently, we've also had some more bad facts for Bryan Kohberger come out, whether it has to do with an Amazon order or DNA or what he bought, as far as the face covering potentially that was black, that was maybe seen by a roommate and maybe bushy eyebrows and maybe a picture of his hand with some injuries on it. So we'll see, right? Because both sides are building their cases. And a lot of the bad stuff that has come out and you guys had questions about, we talked about. This is also something you had questions about that may be bad for the prosecution. And to me, I would hate it if this was in fact true. And I'm inclined to believe it as true based on this guy's resume and the fact that he was willing to swear to it under oath in this affidavit. So let's take a read. Comes out Bryan Kohberger buying through his attorney of record and hereby files the accompanying affidavit.
I thought that I made it a little too fast. I tried to speed it up a bit, but no. Sounds like he's... Peter Trek. See? I told you some of these ladies would like him.
Yep.
Of Ray in support of their objection to the state's motion in limine regarding the AT&T timing advance records filed with the court on March 17, 25.
Now, we all know what this is. We've talked about this a few times here. I'm real curious because I haven't seen this until today with you guys, what he thinks of this. Because a lot of people have stated that he puts it out there, and makes some sense with it. So that's what we're doing.
This affidavit is filed pursuant to the court's March 18th order denying the witness testimony at the April 9th hearing. So here we go. I am an adult over the age of 18, personal knowledge of the facts in this affidavit. I've been working in the field of call detail record analysis for over 25 years. I became a certified police officer in the state of Arizona in 1996. I worked with my first set of AT&T records in 97. I spent nearly 20 years in law enforcement in the primary role of a detective. I have worked hundreds of death investigations and consulted on over 1,000 homicide cases in my career. In my role as a detective, I gained extensive experience utilizing call detail records and exploiting cellular networks for investigative related purposes. In 2014, I retired from law enforcement and started a business called ZetX that created software for law enforcement to map and analyze call detail records. As part of that business, we maintained software that supported every known call detail record provided to law enforcement in the United States. To date, the system has analyzed over 3 billion, that's with a B, calls from call detail records provided by cellular phone companies in the United States. In 21, LexisNexis purchased ZetX. Congratulations to you, sir. And to date is still using and selling the software I created. As a result of this experience, I have worked directly with engineers at the cellular phone companies for over 2 decades and am intimately familiar with the type of data they maintain in the normal course of business and provide to law enforcement through a legal demand process. I mean, think about this for a resume for a defense expert. In addition to my law enforcement experience, I have instructed classes on utilizing cellular records in criminal investigations for nearly 20 years. I have had over 30,000 law enforcement officers attend these courses and or presentations on this subject matter. In 2014, I created the first geolocation cellular investigation subject matter expert course in this field, offered to state and local law enforcement officers. As a result of this work, I have established well-known and used best practices within the discipline of call detail record analysis. Over 1,000 law enforcement agencies have attended my courses on the subject matter of cellular record analysis, to include FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals, DEA, and DHS. You may have heard of them, right? Through my work in this discipline, I am regularly consulted by the prosecution on investigations around the world. As a recognized subject matter expert in this field, I have testified on the matter more than 100 times throughout the United States in both federal and state courts. Apart from this case, every single time, not 50%, not 60%, not 75%, every time he has testified trying to find my place. Apart from this case, all my testimony in this field has been on behalf of the prosecution. That was a dramatic pause, but it wasn't intentional. It is only in rare cases and circumstances I have ever considered working on the side of the defense. So you may say, how's that possible? Well, maybe he's worked on the side of the defense before, but he said every single one of his testimonies, all of his testifying has been done for the prosecution. So maybe he's consulted with the defense or talked to a defense expert or defense lawyer. But if he testifies in this case, it would potentially be the first time he's ever testified for the defense, which matters when it comes to bias. He isn't some hired gun. He isn't some shill that just says whatever you want him to say. I have worked extensively with timing advanced data from the cellular phone network providers over the past 15 years. I have testified to the use of timing advanced data numerous times. I have created and taught hundreds of classes on this subject matter to law enforcement. I am extremely familiar with the type of timing advanced records available from U.S. cellular providers, their retention periods, and the legal process to obtain those records. Timing advance. Okay, now we're going to talk about timing advance. Timing advance records are maintained by cellular network providers that provide a time measurement. This time measurement refers to the amount of time it takes a radio signal to travel from a cell site to a mobile device and back to the cell site. Given this signal travels at a known constant speed of light, it is possible to use the measurement to determine the distance the mobile device is from a known cell site. And you can start to understand why they're using it. He's an expert. He's doing a good job of helping even somebody like me, who's not an expert or understanding these fields, understand it in a simplistic way. That's important for an expert. When multiple cell sites record time advanced data in short periods of time, it is possible to use triliteration to determine the location of a mobile device. The use of timing advanced data in this matter is one of the most accurate ways for law enforcement to locate a mobile device. Given these records are available in a historical context, it is possible to conduct an analysis of timing advanced data to pinpoint historical locations of a mobile device at a given date and time. It is also possible to determine routes of travel, stagnation, and when a mobile device is powered on and off. So you can start to understand how it might be used in this case. As a result of its accuracy, requesting timing advanced data has become a standard practice for all law enforcement in the United States and is regularly requested through legal process relating to a criminal investigation. And frankly, he has helped with that. He has trained people on that, how to get it, how to use it, how to testify about it. And he's testified about it himself. So he knows about it. Gosh, my ear is like still not, I feel like it's still not popped from the airplane days ago. In advance of 2021, I was approached.
You know what it is too, JC, and I'm worried. I was saying this last night with the show we had last night. I'm really worried. I'm nervous to see how we have 4 and 5 days to get to these next 2 hearings. I'm nervous to see how the judge approaches this, if he addresses this at all. Because in my opinion, what needs to happen is, if this were to be addressed the right way, in my opinion, they need to revisit the Franks hearing, okay, which he's already denied. I don't know enough about law to know if they can reapproach the Franks hearing motion again for it to be revisited to bring it back. I don't know, but I think it needs to happen at this point. It really does, at the very least for that. So, because if this is true, if this is absolutely true, what Jennings did, that's prosecutorial misconduct, which could waste the case, folks. And we definitely need to go to trial on this, in my opinion. We need to go to trial so that everything can be seen truth on both sides, 100%.
By an FBI agent to assist in analyzing a type of record set identified as AT&T Timing Advance Report. And it was the first time I was made aware of this type of data from AT&T back in 2021. Upon request, I can provide the date, time, and location and FBI agent I assisted with the record set. So not this case, but this was his first experience. As of the year 2021, AT&T had not officially released a timing advance report to law enforcement. Therefore, the ZetX software program did not yet support AT&T timing advance record. As a result of this interaction with the FBI, I obtained a copy of the timing advance report from the special agent and forwarded it to our software engineers to write code within ZX system to support future uploads of this timing advance report format. The people that do this type of stuff sound so smart, right? I just forwarded it to my guy to write some code, and then we fit it in there at ZX. The next day, I was informed by the special agent the AT&T timing advance report was not supposed to be released / viewed outside the FBI, and that the individual requested I return the report and not have any software developed to support the data they had shown to me. I did return the report. However, due to the interaction explained here, there is a paper trail documenting the facts of this interaction. I have firsthand knowledge that AT&T was providing the FBI with timing advance reports prior to August of 2021. So now is when you start to get a little bit of a side eye. It's like something sounds off here.
JC said, I just can't believe the PCA. This makes it look like, and we are finding out more and more how we were lied to, and it's junk. I mean, JC, 100%. And it scares me. You know, as a citizen in the United States, as an American person, it scares me that this can happen to people. You know what I mean? That's all. It is a huge mess. Huge mess.
AT&T legal demands. During my career / careers, working with call detail records from every cellular provider in the United States, I've been involved with thousands of cases in which call detail records are obtained from these companies. Leading the way in the establishment of best practices within this field of investigation, I wrote and provided custom search warrants for every provider and distributed them to thousands of law enforcement officers in the United States, assisting them in the legal process of obtaining the vast and ever-growing amount of data sets offered by cellular providers. I mean, it's just, growing. What our cell phones have in them is crazy. I have worked with the AT&T Global Legal Demand Center for over 15 years. I have firsthand knowledge that the AT&T Global Legal Demand Center is one way, in bold and italics, not the only way for law enforcement to obtain call detail records from AT&T. That's important. I have firsthand knowledge that there is another way, in bold and italics, to obtain call detail records from AT&T without going through GLDC. Over the course of many years, AT&T has had several different programs in partnership with federal law enforcement.
Exactly, JC, and that's the facts right there. That's what bothers me the most with all of it, is that Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, Xana, and their family and their friends are all paying the ultimate price because there's no actual justice. Because I still feel that Brian's going to be convicted, and that's that. Whether or not he wins an appeal, but he's still going to be convicted, in my opinion, because of the way things are going, unless something big flips around right now. And that's not true justice, putting somebody on, giving somebody the death penalty that had nothing to do with the crime. That's not true justice at all.
Enforcement, primarily the FBI, that allowed for call detail records to be disseminated to the FBI without going through the standard GLDC process. The first AT&T timing report I was presented and had a chance to review and become familiar with in August of 21 was obtained from AT&T through one of these programs, not through GLDC. So he himself has gotten AT&T timing reports through other means than the GLDC. I have been involved in numerous investigations where AT&T call detail records were obtained through these AT&T programs outside GLDC. I have firsthand knowledge and experience in working with individuals at AT&T associated with these other programs. And here's my point. I don't think this guy would lie about this. And I don't think that he would swear under oath if he was going to lie about this. This is his career, reputation on the line. It doesn't make any sense for him to lie, which is why I tend to believe what he's saying here. One such individual is Boyd Jackson. Mr. Jackson is a program director at AT&T who manages many of the programs I'm referencing. Mr. Jackson is the primary contact for the FBI when requesting records outside of the standard GLDC process. You think defendants and defense attorneys can get it out in these processes too? You think the FBI makes it as easy for them to order these things if they want it on a witness or if they want it on their own client? It's a rhetorical question. GLDC disseminating timing advance reports. And frankly, this guy who only works with prosecutors except on certain occasions, it would be nice to have him work for the defense more so that we can get information. GLDC disseminating timing advance reports. The state is correct in their claim that AT&T GLDC did not provide law enforcement with AT&T time advance reports until May of 23. That's what the state said. As a matter of fact, in May of 23, the work.
I'm going to tell you guys real quick here too. I do not believe the whole 7-day thing, that's bullshit to me. I think that's an excuse that was used because it was there. It's just, in my opinion, it's bullshit. So,
working group known as GLDC had only begun their storage of timing advance records. The first official release of AT&T timing advance data was not provided to law enforcement until June 15, 2023 by GLDC.
very good point. Welcome, Keister Bunny. Love your name. Even a credible conviction obtained by unjust means is not justice. Amen to that. Thank you. Very good point. I am so terrible feeling for how in the beginning, because of the PCA and the DNA, I went hard on this guy, and a lot of people did. JC, so don't feel bad. You were doing what you thought we were supposed to do. This is who we thought. We're supposed to be able to trust in law enforcement and the justice system to do the right thing. In turn, we follow along until we're told not to. Okay, so it's not your fault. You went based on what you saw. Yeah, I did it in the very beginning. I thought Brian was guilty. The very, very, very beginning, until I saw the PCA. You weren't the only one. Yeah, right. See, Elisa and many other people, I think, looked at this in the beginning, trusting in that they were doing their jobs. Now we see nothing but lies, and you do feel bad about it. But it just gives you the option to turn the other cheek at that point in time and follow along and do the right thing. That's all. No big deal.
LDC. In 2022, the FBI obtained AT&T time advance records from another source outside of the GLDC. AT&T timing advance records in the state's possession. During this investigation, the law enforcement obtained the following AT&T time advance data. 2 of the victims had AT&T phones. Law enforcement obtained AT&T timing data on both of their phones. Law enforcement developed an early investigative lead in this case. That person had an AT&T phone at the time of the crime. Law enforcement obtained his AT&T time advance data. Law enforcement also requested a tower dump consisting of AT&T timing advance data. This request involved AT&T providing all of the connections between 2 specific cell sites in Moscow during a 2-hour period. The data produced was AT&T timing advance data. In all, there were over 3,800 AT&T mobile phones identified in the timing advance tower dump data. The AT&T timing advance data was obtained by the FBI using an internal source at AT&T, Mr. Boyd Jackson, who is not associated with the GLDC working group. GLDC was not used to obtain this data. A forensic examination of the AT&T timing advance record in the state's possession show Mr. Jackson's association with the reports.
That's absolutely right, JC. We didn't know because we just didn't know. We weren't told. We were told something completely different. The moment I discovered the campus server issue, I knew this was way bigger than catching the bad guy. Very good point. Very good point, Keister. It's wonderful to have you here today, by the way. Thank you for joining us. It is a way bigger issue. It's stated right in here. Sai says it himself that this was absolute and total misrepresentation. A nicer word than saying lie. That Ashley Jennings absolutely lied through her teeth about this. And this is, in his opinion, to cover up a much bigger issue. That's a problem, guys. That's a big, big problem.
There is work product in the state's possession created by the FBI showing the AT&T time advance data was not only obtained, but regularly referenced and used in the course of this investigation. Its existence is well known to the investigators and prosecutors. Chain of custody. The state has provided a certificate of authenticity to the defense in relation to the timing advance records described above. The COA, the Certificate of Authority, was created on April 24 and issued by the director of the GLDC, Stephen Gordon. I have previously worked with and I am familiar with Mr. Gordon. The COA specifically states, I am qualified to authenticate the records attached here too because I'm familiar with how the records were created, managed, stored, and retrieved. I have personal knowledge that in the event Mr. Gordon was required to testify, he would clarify that prior to May of 23, neither he nor AT&T GLDC working group was involved with AT&T timing advance records. Additionally, there is forensic evidence. This is why you want to get all the metadata and background stuff and all the notes and reports so that these experts can look at them, because we lawyers or even we normal people that are not experts might not know what it means. So to just say, you don't need the metadata.
Welcome, Cat Lady. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you joining us from up north up there. I hope you're doing wonderful. It's great to have you here. And again, guys, please don't forget to click that link pinned to the top of the chat there. If you would, please and thank you. Jump on over, hit the like button, and subscribe. Notification bell if you have not yet. For Mama Bear, please. Once again. Keister says, I usually lurk in the bushes. Well, ribbit, and welcome in. We appreciate you very much.
We're just going to have a cop testify to it. We'll trust the cop. This is just evidence that shouldn't be good enough in today's day and age when this evidence and footprint and, data here and there that you can pull from exists. And we can prove it with experts that know how this stuff works. And I use words like this stuff works to show that we don't get it the same way.
You know what else, too, you guys? How many things have we heard in this case that we all figured were lies, created conspiracies? The Reddit and 4chan stuff that was posted. I just kind of looked at it and blew it off and went, okay, whatever. And followed the PCA. And there was a lot of that, wasn't there, Mama Bear?
Mm-hmm.
And now, I've been scanning through some of that stuff and I'm going, is it really lies? Is it made up conspiracy bullshit? Or is it real, guys? Because if all this other stuff we're being told, we were told to follow this PCA and trust the process, Mr. Bill Thompson stated. Yeah. Trust that you're lying to us. Trust that you're doing, in my opinion, creating a massive cover-up. What are you covering up? I don't know. But if you go back and read that stuff, like I've been stating, I've been scanning it again. I don't know. I don't know. What's up, Gaia? The PCA is absolute lies, guys. It's not been. It's I don't know if lie is the right word, but that's the best word I can think of. Okay, it's absolute untruths that we were told, and we were told to trust and to follow and to stick with that factual piece of document. Where's the facts at in it? They proved almost everything in it wrong, including the fact that Bill Thompson himself said it's irrelevant at this point. How is the main document, the affidavit in the PCA for the case, irrelevant in this case, guys? How? That's a problem. Very, very big problem. Move it, baby. Welcome. Look how we all laughed at, right, and a lot of people did, and I've said that. A lot of things that Kim had told us all, they're turning out to be quite close to the truth, you guys, and it's very, very much an issue. As like I said, so that's why in turn I've been reviewing some of this 4chan and Reddit stuff and all these other things, and it's going okay. Absolutely, James. Thank you for being here, my friend. Appreciate you very much.
Hi, Christy, Nevada.
And
I didn't see Christy. Hello, Christy. Good to have you here. Yes, you can hear her typing. She's a avid typer there. There's too much to be coincidence, and that's a fact, Keister. Plus the fact that the coroner, the defense attorney, exists with her foot in her mouth erases any benefit of a doubt for the prosecution. Very good point there again. Well, here's the problem, though. Dot is not, I've said this before, Dot was not a real person, okay? Dot was a TikToker pretending to be Dot. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't a real Dot out there that their information would be right, but that Dot was not the Dot, that was not the real one, okay? Dot was supposedly a friend of one of the kids in the group, and there was certain information that was known, okay? How that person got that information is beyond me, but that was not the right person for it. Great to see you, Lacey. So that is the other thing. And I'm right, Gaia. The 4chan post is very possible at this point, and I've been thinking about those a lot lately, guys. I'm not saying that they're 100% true, but I'm sure as hell not going to be pushing these things to the side anymore now. Because, So, and Dave, I went and reviewed Dave's interview the other day again, and certain things that Dave made, comments that Dave made, really hit me in the middle here, guys, because it was like, wait a minute, because I didn't pay much attention to that back then. Well, now knowing the things that we're knowing now, you got to kind of review. And that's what I've been doing. Is going back to the beginning, listening to interviews, watching news things on this, listening to other people's statements on this, so on and so forth, and going, okay, well, is it real or is it not? It's a hard decision to make, but I'm not going to trust in these things anymore. I'm going to listen to these things. I'm going to think about and break these things down. And you have to have critical thinking with these things and be able to kind of differentiate between the bullshit and what could be fact. I'll put it that way. Okay. There's a lot of speculation, and there's going to be, but sometimes this speculation turns out to be more fact than you think it is. Yeah, I heard the same thing, and I don't doubt that at this point, Moonlit. I absolutely don't. And that could be too, Moonlit. It could be too. But that other person, like I said, we went through a lot to figure out who that was, and it's sad. But that doesn't mean that person wasn't given certain information to be able to do what they did with that. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying. Just saying. Those chats get busy sometimes, but I get it. It's nice to be seen. Oh, yeah. And it's wonderful to have you here, Lacey. This is the only channel that acknowledges me. Well, I try to acknowledge everybody, Lacey, because everybody deserves to be seen and heard. I've been in too many chats that completely ignore, or too many channels that they completely ignore their chats. And the people in the chat is what makes the channel. So that makes no sense to me. I've never understood that. So that's why we do that.
Lawyers/judges are the ones put in position to make these decisions. And so when people are just destroying things or overwriting things or saving things a certain way, it's a problem. And it shouldn't just be brushed under the rug. And if we don't force them to stop, meaning law enforcement, and do things the right way, then they're not gonna.
Bingo. Thank you, Peter. That's a fact right there. That's what I've been saying for I don't know how long. If we do not draw attention to this, if we keep ignoring it, keep allowing for it to happen, it's going to continue and get bigger and worse. The more you allow somebody, okay, you got a 3-year-old child that keeps running in and taking cookies out of the cookie jar. Okay. And you just keep letting it happen and keep letting it happen. Eventually they're going to eat all the cookies. At some point you got to stop and say, no, you don't put your hand in that cookie jar. You get what I give you, and so on and so forth. Eventually you have to stop it. If you don't, it's going to get worse and worse until it's too late. Same situation here. It has to be brought to the surface. It needs to be talked about. It needs to be known that it's going on and pointed out so that people can confront the situation and stop it from happening. If you don't confront the situation, it will continue to go and grow and get bigger and worse, to where at some point it's going to be a very, very, which this is a horrible situation as it is. Can you imagine if this is allowed to go on and continue on and on and on? What could happen? It's not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. So that's the point that I'm making with this.
Additionally, there's forensic evidence obtained within the records that indicate that they were not produced by AT&T GLDC, nor were they produced in the year of 2024. In retrieving this data, I contacted and communicated with Mr. Gordon to clarify the chain of custody related to these records. Gordon and an AT&T legal representative informed me that Mr. Gordon would not be the individual to certify these records if requested to do so, despite issuing the COA. Isn't that funny? In my review of this information, there is evidence to suggest the chain of custody involving these records and COA were produced well outside of AT&T's normal practice. How about that? Does it mean Brian Koberger is innocent? No. But is this a problem? Yes. Is this affidavit a problem if everything in it is true? Yes. There is missing information and data associated with this request. Also a problem. Discovery violation, potentially Brady violation. And if you think Koberger's guilty, you should be extra mad at this. Because if they really do violate his rights in this way and this case gets thrown out, what do you think about that? That's why just law enforcement, all witnesses, all lawyers need to do things by the book and within the rules in order that we can get a fair and just result in every trial. The prosecutor's prior claims that AT&T timing advance data, and obviously if you think Koberger's innocent and didn't commit these crimes and is being framed or something's happening, they just got the wrong guy, well, this should also anger you if, in fact, things are not being done above board, and whatever is being done is not being turned over properly to the defense. The prosecution's prior claim that AT&T timing advance data did not exist in 2022 further complicates the issue. It is my expert opinion that any testimony proffered on behalf of the FBI or AT&T on this matter would clearly reveal these issues. Evidence in direct contradiction of the state's motion. That's not a good heading for the state. In my review of this investigation, I have read numerous emails sent and received by law enforcement pertaining to their investigation. One such email, dated 11/15/22, was sent to Prosecutor Ashley Jennings at her Latah County government email address. This email is from Moscow Detective Lawrence Mowry. The email is informing Ms. Jennings of Detective Mowry's recent contact with FBI Special Agent Balance. Special Agent Balance informed Detective Mowry that AT&T can provide timing advance data and to make sure it is listed in the search warrant. Detective Mowry is specifically asking Prosecutor Jennings to make sure AT&T timing data is listed in the warrant prior to the report ever being distributed by the working group known as GLDC. Ms. Jennings did respond to Detective Mowry's email inquiring of the specific verbiage needed to obtain the AT&T timing advance. The email is abundantly clear evidence that Ms. Jennings was not only aware of the existence of the AT&T timing advance in 2022, but also shows her intention to obtain it through legal process from AT&T. This email communication with Prosecutor Ashley Jennings is the same Prosecutor Ashley Jennings who filed the current and contradictory motion, stating AT&T did not produce timing advance records in 22. There is clear and convincing evidence that not only was the FBI able to obtain AT&T timing advance records in 22, but they did so with the knowledge of the prosecutors involved in this case. So why misrepresent that? What's the importance there? What are they trying to hide?
It was a blatant lie. It was a blatant and complete and total lie. So that's a problem.
Hi, Junebug.
Sorry, guys. He's leaving, telling me bye. So yeah, it's absolute and total blatant lies. It's not misrepresentation. You knew what you were doing and purposely did it in this fashion. For what? That's what the problem is. Hey, Captain Jack's been a minute. Good to see you.
Hey, Cap. Hi, James. Welcome back.
Been a minute. Good to see you, Cap. David Berkowitz would have been thrown out if he didn't confess. Yeah, I've heard that before.
Was it an oversight? Was it negligence? Was it an accident? Some people have some explaining to do. Missing AT&T timing advance. In my review of this investigation, based on my training and experience, it is incredibly unusual that the defendant's AT&T timing advance records were not obtained by the FBI. The FBI demonstrated their ability to obtain the AT&T timing advance record in November of 22 by obtaining AT&T timing advance records on over 3,800 mobile devices, none of them being the defendant's. When it comes to location data from AT&T timing advance can be some of the most accurate data available. Additionally, it contains connections to the network other than the typical voice, text, or data connections. By the way, I'll let you guess what could be in there and why either they didn't get it, or if they did get it, they didn't turn it over. Why the shade? Why the sus actions? This allows law enforcement to not only see more data, but more accurate data. Anytime a defendant's locations are in question, a timing advance report would be asked for as a standard operating procedure. Moscow Police Department, by way of the FBI, and with the knowledge of prosecutors, demonstrated their awareness of this standard procedure when they obtained AT&T timing advance data on over 3,800 mobile devices. When detectives and prosecutors requested and served 2 different search warrants to AT&T on the defendant's AT&T account, they requested the exact same timing advance data they previously did when they obtained timing advance data from AT&T on over 3,800 mobile devices. They also maintained the same process in utilizing the FBI to serve the legal demands on AT&T. There is no difference in the verbiage, legal process, or individuals that produced AT&T timing advance data on 3,800 mobile devices and the request for the defendant's AT&T timing data that allegedly yielded nothing. Additionally, on December 23rd, 22, the FBI sent communication directly to AT&T, specifically detailing their request for the defendant's AT&T timing advance records. There is no reason to believe AT&T would not respond to this request. It is my expert opinion that AT&T timing advance data did exist for the defendant's AT&T mobile device in 22, and it was requested from AT&T by the investigators involved in this case. The investigators previously demonstrated their ability to obtain AT&T timing advanced data in 22. Failure to produce the defendant's AT&T timing advanced data is either a gross deviation from standard practice or intentionally withheld from release in discovery. He's like, you definitely asked for it because you knew how to ask for it, and you definitely got it because you got 3,800 other ones that you asked for the same exact way. Whew. Conclusion. It is my expert opinion in reviewing all the evidence that has been disclosed to the state that AT&T timing advanced data was available on the defendant's phone in 2022. There is overwhelming evidence to show that showing the state obtaining and using AT&T timing advanced records in the course of their investigation in 22 on over 3,800 AT&T mobile devices other than the defendants. There is no doubt the author of this current motion, Prosecutor Ashley Jennings, knew or should have known AT&T timing advanced data did exist in 22. She was directly involved in the legal process obtaining it and was aware of work product created from it to further the investigation. The current motion is a deliberate misrepresentation to the court to further conceal false statements used to obtain probable cause against the defendant and conceal exculpatory evidence from discovery. This right here, folks, my highlighter is not working. Starting right here,
It's all dried out.
This case is dismissed. If you deliberately misrepresent something as a prosecutor to the court and you conceal false statements and you use those false statements to obtain probable cause and you conceal exculpatory evidence from discovery, that's
Prosecutorial misconduct.
Case dismissed. That's crazy if that's what's happening. That's why I said, if this motion is true.
That's a great point there, Tomboy, my lord. Sorry. Canadian cat lady. Says, I just feel that some people, just because there is an arrest and charges brought towards a person, means that they are guilty and the case is closed. Families feel better, but it doesn't mean the person couldn't be innocent. 100%. And again, like I've stated with this, these families deserve, as do the victims, absolute and true justice on this. Just grabbing anybody off the street, any Tom, Dick, and Harry, arresting him, and just because he's arrested doesn't mean that it's the right person, guys. If I could show you statistics on how many people are sitting in prison, even on death row, or have been, that are innocent, and it's been proven innocent, it's unbelievable how many people are dealing with that and have dealt with that, okay? So just because the guys in the blue shirts and the badges arrest somebody doesn't mean it's the right person. That's the whole point in trials and hearings and all that. You got to prove that person did that. Mm-hmm. At this point, they're not doing that. If anything, it's proving the opposite of this. Okay. Never trust an authoritative entity blindly. Power corrupts. Amen. That's a good point too. And it is beyond scary under and over it. Welcome, James, again. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. Thank you, Kaylee. That's a great point, though, cat lady. It is. And we've seen that. I don't know how many people, in my opinion, I should say, believe that Brian Koberger is the absolute and only suspect in this case, only because that's who the police arrested. Do you know how many people think that way? A lot. They don't bother to look into this. They don't bother to care enough to want to understand why this man is the one that did this in their eyes. I don't know, Eddie, that he will. I don't know that. First off, it has to be addressed. It has to be addressed. And that's the first and foremost. The first step that needs to be done is this needs to be addressed. And if he doesn't address it, guys, there's a lot. We're in trouble. Okay. In my opinion, once if he does address this, then at the very least, in my opinion, I believe that there needs to be a Frank's hearing that needs to be revisited. Okay. And he needs to allow for that. And if that don't happen, guys, I mean, like Pete just said, this could throw this case out if this is true. Because this is absolute and blatant prosecutorial misconduct, which at one point in time, that's it. There's no case. Now, will they retry it? I'm sure they would, but there's nothing proving this man did this, though. It truly, it's proving that he didn't do this, if nothing else. Okay. Yeah, very big trouble, 100%. And yes, it's very wrong. It's a nightmare. They are looking for other people, or they aren't looking. No, they're not. They stopped looking as soon as they got this guy's name. They got what they needed. They didn't move forward any further. I remember when he asked if others were arrested and laughed. Now I'm not laughing. Yeah, well, totally. Yes, guys, this is the problem. Like I said, Delphi 2.0, in my opinion.
Prosecutors could have some major problems. Now, let's see how the prosecutors respond. Let's see what they say. Let's hope they don't just say, oh, they copy and pasted it on their computer somewhere else, so we lost the metadata, right? Hopefully there's some kind of explanation for this. Hopefully he misunderstood something, because it would be very bad for prosecutors to handle a case like this. It would be horrible. They should lose their license if they're deliberately misrepresenting things and concealing false statements and using that to get probable cause and concealing exculpatory evidence from discovery. You should not be a lawyer, let alone a prosecutor, if you're doing that. And here we go. He's going to double and triple down. I am prepared to provide witness testimony and relevant exhibits that support all my opinions contained in this affidavit, including that.
I agree with you, Cap. At this point, I do.
That last one we just read.
Mm-hmm.
It is my belief this evidence is beyond clear and convincing and will be supported by any competent expert in this field who reviews all the data. This is not a battle of the experts. The evidence supporting the opinions in this affidavit is overwhelming. Will the defense call more people? Will the state call some people to rebut this and say, no, you're wrong? In my nearly 30 years, this is his last comment here. In my nearly 30 years of working with and for prosecutors all over the United States, I have never witnessed such a deliberate attempt by prosecutors to mislead the court on evidence in such plain sight. And you remember, the defense in this case has been pounding the table. We know there's more, Judge. Our experts are telling me there's more. They're saying it doesn't exist. They're not turning it over. But we know, based on what we have, that there are things they are not turning over. And we were like, what are they talking about? It's all so vague. Is this hyperbole? What are they talking about?
Look at that pause game. Wisdom just said, I told you there's going to be an acquittal. I know you did. And I believe it or not, I don't want there to be. I want this to go to trial. Okay. I want this to go through a full trial. And I want everything to be seen and heard so that the truth can be exposed, so that the negligence, the misconduct, misrepresentation, the lies, all of that can be shown.
Right.
So that it's a learning process for everybody else that attempts to do something like this to see this is not what you do. Okay. That's what I think it needs to be shown for. The push of the university to demolish the building as quickly as they did after LA released the scene in such a hurry is a red flag. Oh my God. Yeah. The involvement. Yeah, 100%. And the involvement of the university in the investigation goes beyond the level of understanding for me that I've ever seen. Scott Green should not be anywhere around this investigation, and he's absolutely inside of it. Okay. Another big red flag. And Side doesn't have a motive to defend Brian. He has a motive to tell the truth. That's 100%, folks. So everybody that comes in here and says, oh, you're a pro burger and you're a burger lover, blah, 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 kiss my ass. Okay. I'm a pro truth and pro justice channel. That's exactly what I want. Nothing less, nothing more. And that's what most of us want, is pro and true justice for these victims, their families, and to show the world you can't do these things. Excuse me. Sorry.
I think we're starting to find out. Anyone making such a claim would have to believe the court is incapable of reviewing physical evidence in possession of the state and the defense. It's a little challenge to the judge. It's like, Judge, any competent expert would get this. Judge, they think you are incapable of plainly looking at the evidence in front of you. It rises to a level beyond a simple miscommunication or oversight and is clear and intentional misrepresentation in the hopes to conceal a much larger issue. Whoa. I respectfully request the court give this affidavit the due attention it deserves and explore these issues further. Signed, Cyree, prosecution
Amen,
witness
Keister.
for 30 years, former cop, wrote the book on this evidence, has only ever testified for the prosecution. This might be the first time he ever testifies for the defense. Very rarely even considers ever working with the defense. That guy, that Cyree, says this was the worst version he's ever seen of a prosecutor deliberately attempting to mislead the court on evidence in plain sight. This is a prosecutor misrepresenting and concealing false statements to get probable cause, and then trying to conceal exculpatory evidence from discovery. If this was a court order, if this was a judicial finding, there would be no way that this is too many double negatives, triple negatives I'm using. If this was a court order, if this was a judicial finding, it would absolutely end with this case and all charges are dismissed. That is the only way you finish something like this if this is found to be true. The judge has a tough call to make now. A tough decision in front of him. Is Cyree just flat out wrong? Is Cyree lying?
You know, this makes me wonder, Mama Bear, and everybody else as well. We all know Hitler did not want this case. He made that widely known.
Yep.
Probably within the first couple hearings. He just didn't want it. And it makes me wonder if he looked into it. Of course he did, I'm sure, before he took over. And it makes me wonder if it's because he knows.
Mm-hmm.
He knows the bullshit that's going on and doesn't want to have to deal with it. But guess what? You got to now, boss. So do the right thing.
Eddie says the judge won't do the right thing.
Well, and I don't feel like he will either. I'm very uncomfortable with him at this point. The way that he was dealing with Anne and shutting her down and just disrespecting her. I'm not comfortable with him at all. You know, in the beginning, I was like, okay, this guy sees it. This guy sees it. He's going to be fair down the middle. He's going to give it to both sides the way it deserves to be. You know, treat them both the same, equal, and not favor anyone. Guess what? That changed quickly.
Yep. Critical said they are going to look so dumb when all the white vehicles pics turn out to be the 2013 Elantra found in Oregon.
We're going to be revisiting that probably later today too, guys, the Oregon situation. I want to go back to the beginning and look at some different things and bring those forward to now and see how they match up. I was kind of thinking going to do that yesterday, but it turned into more of a discussion, but that's okay. There's a lot to talk about. So Taylor can ask for another bond hearing now. I think she needs to revisit at the very least, the Franks hearing and put forth another motion for it. Put this into context. The public is outraged by 20 indictments for the mandated reporters failing to report. Their boss is trying to conceal simply Phil's back on that other. Sorry, Phil. Okay. And I agree with you. I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. But yeah, guys, this is, I have a feeling that the hearings on the 9th and the 10th are going to involve some stuff that should be interesting. I really do. It's a good old boy system. LE prosecution and courts all scratch each other's backs 100%. And if they're used to, like Sarge said last night, this is just who they are. They're just used to doing things the way they do. Well, guess what? It's wrong. You can't do these things anymore. Not in a case like this. Yeah, there wouldn't have been a bond. I agree with that, Sherry. I'm saying what I imagine should happen is that they need to revisit, and Ann needs to put forth another motion for to revisit the Franks hearing situation and see if he'll change his mind at this point now based on this new information. You know what I'm saying? Defense needs to fill the parking lot with white Elantras and have the jury go out and look to see how similar. Yeah, that's a good point, CZ. I like that.
Phil said this is about this, Dago.
I thought you were talking about what we were talking about with the kids in the school earlier, Phil, because this relates back to that too. Mandated reporters failing to report, their bosses trying to conceal things, simply failing to report gets jail, but prosecutors. Oh, prosecutor. Okay, I got you now. Sorry, I got it. The world is watching. That's the problem. The world is watching all of this, and we see it for what it is. Fix it. Okay? Fix it. Oh, I was wondering why my TV chat wasn't matching my laptop. I had you on my TV and Dago. Oh, there you go.
Or if he is correct and telling the truth and he's right, you got to deal with it, and you better deal with it. I don't know, right? I haven't seen the evidence. I can't make the call. That's a pretty good resume. It's a pretty good starting point if you're the defense, calling out the prosecutors here in this case. I'm concerned. You know, we had a lot of this in the beginning. It sounded really bad. Then a lot of stuff was sealed. Then some really bad facts for Brian Koberger starts trickling out. But now we're getting back to what happened in this investigation. Is there shade?
Amen.
Let's
Keith.
shine a light in the darkness here to see what actually happened. And if they broke the rules, they need to be held accountable, regardless of the cost. That's the way our justice system is set up. That's the way our
That's it right there. Regardless of the cost. I like how he said that, because guess what? The cost is probably going to be pretty high. At this point, it needs to be. And you need to take full accountability. This is somebody else's life. We lost horrifically 4 young people in a horrific way. It's absolutely horrible, guys. Nothing can be any more horrible to me. Okay. Mm-hmm. But guess what? They're about to take the life of another human being just because that's who they think that needs to be the one to do it. And that's not the way this works. I'm not okay with that at all.
Right.
I'm sick and tired of having to repeatedly pull the wool back up over my eyes and say, oh, okay, here we are again. Okay, here we are again. Okay, here we are again. It's enough. The truth is the truth is the truth is the truth, period. No matter which way you look at it. And it needs to be part of this. There hasn't been, in my opinion, many truths told within this case at all. It's time for that to stop. There really is time for that to stop. What did you say there? Latah County prosecutors hide evidence in a quadruple homicide. Should be worse, was my point. No, I got it after the fact, Phil. I'm sorry that I misread it. And Gaia said, yeah, lately you're not that impressive, America. Sincerely, European.
Right?
Right, exactly. 100%, Ro. They could have done nothing at all that could equate to them deserving to have this done to them. Nothing whatsoever. I'm sorry. You can't make me believe that. There is nothing out there that is worth this. And in turn, that's why they deserve to have the absolute, nothing but absolute true justice on this, as do their families. They need to know the truth. They need to accept the truth. That's another one. And I don't mean this in a nothing but a absolute respectful way, that they need to open their eyes and allow the truth to be seen instead of this. Okay. And I know that they want this to be done and over with. I'm sure it's been horrible. Like I said, I don't feel that they've been able to grieve this the right way because of the way they've been involved so much. You need to take the blinders off and look at everything going on around you and say, okay, this is a problem. And why is this happening? This is my daughter's life. These are my kids' lives, not yours. You don't have the right to decide how this happens. You don't have the right to decide that you're going to do it your way and not the right way. It needs to be done the right way. That's all there is to it. So in the very beginning, I caught Payne lying about his football career to the frat guys on the body cam, and that ruined me. I got you. I understand completely. Welcome, Elizabeth. Thank you. And yeah, absolutely. It's enough already. And it, like I said, all you got to do is see it once. If a 3-year-old child watches another 3-year-old child run around and do something, they're going to follow behind and do it again and again and again. The more the world sees this going on, the more they're going to adapt to it and do the same damn thing. And that's not right. And I'm not saying everything's corrupt, guys. I'm not saying everybody's corrupt, guys.
No.
It's not. I have friends that are law enforcement officers that are amazing police officers. Okay. And they do work hard. They do uphold the law. They support it in every aspect that they can. But with 3 guys that are doing that, there's 5 guys that aren't. That's
Hello, Elisanda.
So that's fact, folks. That's fact. Thank you very much, Alessandra. Appreciate you for being here too. This is why the state wanted everything sealed. Amen. This is why the state threw everything at Ann Taylor and said, "You want this? Here, figure it out." That's what they did because they didn't want her to figure it out. They didn't think she was going to figure it out. Guess what? She's a little smarter than you are. Obviously, you can throw it at her, organized or disorganized. She seems to have been figuring it out pretty good for me. But this is why bringing this corruption to light and making an example of it publicly is so important. Amen to that. Boy, you're like really putting in the input today, Keister, and you're on point with a lot of this too. Very much so. Thank you, Under and Over It. Again.
Right, Wisdom. I agree.
It only takes one bad apple. You guys, you've heard that again. You throw one bad apple in a basket of amazing ones, everybody looks bad, you know? Actually, the system has always been blind to justice. Most people never seen it until the media on cases. Now, it's a good point too, Ms. Wisdom. I agree. Very much so.
Constitution is written, that's the way you should want your country. Because if they're going to railroad Brian Koberger, they're probably going to railroad you. And we need to be careful to protect against it.
Bingo.
Regardless of what we think about the defendant. Any defendant. Whew. All right. That was an interesting one, folks. Thank you for sending it to me. And again, continue to send me documents that have these questions and have these just wild parts of them, because never ceases to amaze me what happens in these cases. But I appreciate you joining me. Make sure you hit that like button if you have not already. Till next time, I'm out of here.
Thanks again, Pete. Much appreciated. And you're welcome, ladies, for letting you look at him for the past 20 minutes. I'm sure you all enjoyed that very much. Oswald, JFK, even the Jim Lavelle said there wasn't enough evidence to convict Oswald. History repeats it. You know, this does fall in line in some senses with somewhat of the what went on with JFK, guys. Look at it. I get it. At least you don't like him, and that's good. That's good to know that there's. It's good to know. I'll just put it that way. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Alicia. Charlotte, hello. He is cute, but I don't like how he has been covering this case in the past. Well, I mean, I think there's even some of these people that have been blind to this, that have been following the propaganda, that have been guilters, okay, are starting to see. I've seen a few of them that are like, well, I don't have much choice now but to say, hey, you know what I mean? Now, there are still the same guilters out there that no matter what you say to them, they don't care. And it's going to be that way. They could show every bit of proof that this man is absolutely innocent. And and in the end, he'll be completely exonerated, so on and so forth, whatever, acquitted. And they're still going to say, nope, he did it. He did it. It happens. It happens. Guys, the other case that I referred to yesterday, we're going to review it in one of these shows coming up. The one Meister versus Moscow, Idaho. That's another same exact kind of situation, guys. 3 of these, or 2 other cases, and I think there's more from what I've been told, that the same type stuff has happened. How does this keep happening? Why is this allowed to keep happening? Why is nobody else pointing this out and looking at this saying, wait a minute, look, Moscow, you're not God. You can't do these things, okay? You do it right or you don't do it at all. The police call logs that I have followed for the past couple years with Molly in here, pointing these things out to me. Do you know that out of 5 calls that Moscow PD gets, 4 of them have no reports? Out of 10, 9 of them have no reports. Out of 20, 19 have no reports. Something's wrong with that, guys. I mean, deeply, there's something wrong. You have to stop and think. If this were my child accused, would I want the truth? Amen. Amen, Miss Sherry. Amen. Because, guys, don't forget that, like I said, yes, the victims are the victims. It's horrible. They shouldn't be victims. Were young people that didn't get to start their lives. They have families that are now losing in every aspect. They don't have them anymore. But we also have a man facing a death penalty here. He's got a family too. Okay. They're going through hell too. And to take an innocent person's life, it's murder. It's the same thing. It's murder to me. Sorry. But I'm not sorry. Oh, you're okay, Alicia. It does. It does. 100%. That's the question of the century, Cap. If he's innocent, why him? Why him? I swear to you guys, the more I look at this, it's almost like they threw a bunch of names in a hat and drew one.
Right.
I know it sounds crazy, but that's what this looks like. Just saying.
Hiya, Walt. You being nice.
Oh, Walt Horse. Okay. Cap, did you ever think they know whose white Elantra it is that committed the crime and needed another person with a white? Well, and that's kind of where I'm at. Guys, I'm going to tell you right now, I know there's another car. I believe this is me, and nobody has to. Once as always, I say, you don't have to agree with me. There's another car, and I believe that other car had 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 people in it. That's the car that I think they're seeing. That's the car that they should be looking at, and that's the car that they're not paying attention to because Brian wasn't there. He was way out some other direction. I think that car was driving around in that area there.
Ray, we don't know for sure that it was from a tip.
Right. Contessa, hello. Welcome and wonderful to have you here as always.
Hello. And hello to Thomas Sharp.
Miss Charlotte. Yes. Good to see you, Miss Charlotte. Smart ass trying to work for Ellie, maybe sticking his nose where he shouldn't. Don't know. Moscow, Idaho experts on stolen bicycles. Yeah. It's about it too, Cap. It's about it. And like I said, the more and more documents we see, guess what? The more and more it takes me away from that side every time. As a teaching intern, there are probably many kids whose parents are connected that he upset, especially if his demeanor was less than pleasant. Agreed. All right, let's see. Next up here, where are we at now? 3-9. Okay, we're about to the end. Getting close. Hang on here. Hang on. All right, here. Hold on. Give me a moment, guys, to get some of this stuff. With all the negative and bad and all that, guys, I've been looking for some good stuff to show you guys here, that positive things that make you smile. Things that, well, it may not make you smile, but it'll, in the end of it, it's a good situation because we don't see that very often. This was wild to me too. It scared the hell out of me at first, but then you see what happens and it's good stuff. So I don't know if you guys heard about this guy that there was a toddler that went out on a ledge of a building and the guy saved him. We need to see more of this kind of stuff, in my opinion.
Careful. Carry inside. Carry inside.
Put inside. Carry inside.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
God.
That's amazing. That horrified me. Can you imagine if that would have went the other way? No, and like I said, we need to see more of that kind of stuff, you guys. Good stuff, you know. Hold on, here's another one for positivity.
And fell off this cliff. Pieces of the car still right here. This is the underneath of it. And also floorboards are still in the water. They say the car was upside down and 2 people could not get out. But that's when 3 now friends were at the right place at the right time. It's truly unexpected.
We all met each other. Oh, he goes well on the internet. Yeah.
Starting with their friendship.
I saw him on TikTok.
Each with their own window cleaning company in different parts of the U.S., Caleb urging others to come to Charlotte to make money together.
Booked that flight. Yeah, I literally booked a flight, not knowing this guy like in person, never met him.
There for a week, with a Monday that nothing seemed to go as planned. Alexander forced to play a game of basketball.
I suck at basketball.
Eventually working up an appetite.
The closest thing to us was wings. I couldn't send the address to my other friend.
Unexpectedly ending up here at a North Charlotte cookout. A car with 2 people inside fell off this cliff. Pieces of the car still right here. This is the underneath of it.
Again, good stuff. Good stuff. Like I said, we need to see a lot more of this, you guys. This other situation, I don't know if you guys saw this in Texas. Again, more positivity. You know, it shows me and it gives me hope and faith in the world that there are good people out here that do care, that want to help.
So we're a commotion. We looked over and seen people struggling with each other. And I finally noticed a gunshot.
This man, who doesn't want us to use his name,
Amen,
was about
Keisha.
to walk into Texas Roadhouse on Cimarron Boulevard Saturday afternoon when he saw a man who he thought had been shot and was bleeding. That's when he jumped into action, taking the shirt off his back to make a tourniquet.
I had to take it off, take my knife and cut the sleeve off because I had a long sleeve shirt on, button up, and cut it off, and I tied a knot over top of the wound. And it stopped it pretty quick. Thank God.
Orlando police say this started with a car crash. A driver hit on Cimarron got out to speak with the driver of the Nissan SUV
Welcome,
that
Mayhem.
rear-ended him. Police say that driver then got into the victim's car and grabbed a backpack, which led to a struggle. The driver shot the victim, robbed him, and drove off.
Who knows, that bullet could have went anywhere. It could have hit one of us walking in there. I thought of my kids. But it's rough. But hopefully he'll be all right.
The Good Samaritan says his daughter called 911, and when first responders got there,
They were grateful. They thanked me. Said that if it wasn't for me, he probably would have bled out. But thankfully I was there.
a scary situation that he hopes will inspire others to always step up and do the right thing.
It was packed, and that's kind of what, I don't know, I guess you'd say no more people come out to try to help. I mean, a couple of the employees and the manager, other than that, everybody just kind of stood back and took pictures with their phones. I just don't understand that. How could you not help somebody? I couldn't just watch somebody stand there bleeding in front of me and not try to help them.
In Orlando, Stephanie Buffmonte, Fox 35 News.
Tessa, absolutely. So, like I said, guys, it's out there. There is good people, good situations. We need to find them. We need to look for them. And like I said, I show you guys so much negative stuff on a regular basis. It is nice to know and to see that there are some good things going on in the world. It really is. Okay. It gives you faith to go forward every day when you get up and realize that it's okay to be good. It's okay to help people. And it does happen. Mama Bear just sent me something over here. Check it out.
Being hailed a hero because he saved his great-grandmother during a medical emergency. And as Stephen Fabian reports, he knew what to do from watching his favorite TV show.
Like lots of kids, this 3-year-old is scared of the dark, but he's conquering his fears. He's on a mission with his great-grandmother. Little Bridger Peabody was being looked after by great-grandmother Sharon Lewis, who he calls Gigi. They were at home outside Denver when she fell by the steps at the back door.
I tripped over something and fell and hit my head on the concrete step.
Covered with blood and desperate for help, the stricken 77-year-old had to call 911, but she had left her phone in her car. She realized only little Bridger could help her.
Gigi said, go get my phone.
Tell me what you did when Gigi said, go get my phone.
I went out in the dark.
Are you scared of the dark?
Yeah.
On the security camera, you can hear him trying to reassure himself. He manages to open the car. The vehicle's interior light turns on. Bridger can see the phone right there.
The light turned on, and then I can see very well.
Bridger climbs inside and grabs the cell phone. His great-grandmother is now recovering after getting 22 staples in her head. Bridger tells me he's learned how to be a brave little lad by watching his favorite TV show. Paw Patrol!
Definitely a blessing.
I decided there was only one way to end this interview. Hey, can I give you a fist bump through the phone there, Bridger?
Yeah,
Boom.
you did it.
There's my buddy.
That's amazing. I love it. Thank you for showing us that.
You're welcome.
That was amazing. See, we need to see some of that stuff too. And we're going to be seeing some of that, you guys, because a lot more of that, because it needs to happen. Okay. We see nothing but horror and negativity and nastiness. There's so much good everywhere. And I'm going to be showing as much of it as I can just to ensure everybody that, you know, it's there. It's real. These are facts. So one moment here. Hold on, guys. 1 second here. Welcome, Miss Jane. Oh, 1 second. All right, like I said, you guys, I've been showing Bigfoot is awesome, Cap. Different segments here in the show, bouncing around through different things here to break it up. So I'm going to show you guys some of these Amazon spring things that are going on right now. Really good deals that they're throwing out there. So I figured I would show you guys. If anything interests you in here, you can absolutely jump on Amazon and do your own thing. So check it out.
Bracers are due to be on sale. I do not know the science or the voodoo of how these work, but they help to remove your makeup really, really well. Honestly, at the end of the day, the last thing that I ever want to do is wash my makeup off, and these just make it so much easier.
By the way, this comes from a channel called The Practical Mom. She puts out all sorts of interesting stuff. I followed it myself. So does my wife. And there is a link right there, guys. If you want to go check out some of her other stuff, she does pretty interesting things. So I don't think you'd be disappointed. Check it out.
I keep 1 or 2 on my vanity. I keep 1 or 2 in the shower. These are really easy to clean, by the way. You just rub a little soap between them and rinse it clean, and they are clean. You can also throw them in the washing machine. My beloved Gravity salt and pepper shakers. Whenever somebody comes to my house, they're like, oh my God, where did you get these salt and pepper shakers? And this is one of those ones like, how is this a spring favorite? We only...
And Miss Alicia says you should really still use some kind of soap. And I agree. You definitely should.
Salt and pepper shakers in the spring. I'm not really sure. Basically, the way it works is the salt or pepper starts grinding once you flip it upside down, and then when you stop, it stops grinding. I don't know. It's brilliant, and I love them. The baby spoons that I love to use for early eaters, so I use these for like basically right when my kids start eating until they're like able to hold a spoon. The way that they work is they have these textures in them, but essentially it holds on to food better than a spoon would. So you can load the spoon up and it stays in the spoon so that the child can feed themselves. Products from Prepared Hero are going to be 20 to 30% off. This is basically like fire safety products. So they have fire blankets as well as fire spray. Fire blankets are amazing because you literally just throw them over the fire and it puts them out. Just one of those things that if you ever do need it, you're going to be glad you have it.
Now I'm going to ask you nicely, all of you, to please ensure that you have things like this, whether it be a fire extinguisher or these things are amazing. These fire blankets, if you don't have a fire extinguisher or you're afraid to use one, these are awesome. We used to give these out with the fire department. Welcome, Amy.
I don't cook, so you're
well. And that's fine, but anybody that does, if you get a grease fire, these fire blankets are made to just drop it over top the fire and it's gone immediately. You don't have to worry about getting close to it or anything. These are amazing. So please have, I'm going to preach fire safety all the time. It's just part of me now. And like I said, if you don't have a fire extinguisher, one of these things is absolutely amazing to have in the kitchen, 100%.
A couple candle warmers are going to be on sale. Candle warmer is probably one of my favorite products that I bought last year. Bought it totally on a whim. I didn't really think, I was like, who cares? Like, why is that better than just lighting a candle? It seemed like one of those things that was just sort of silly to me. But I love my candle warmer. I turn it on like basically every day. I love that it's completely smokeless. I love that I don't have to worry about the...
Also, candle warmers save on candles, guys. They don't burn. If you guys didn't know this, if you light a candle by the wick and you let it burn, it'll burn out. You use them up quick. These things, they don't. They melt it down. You get the smell from it and it stays level. It doesn't burn uneven and all that. So these are pretty cool to have. We have a couple in the house.
Safety of it with children and pet. My favorite compression packing cubes are going to be on sale. These are basically packing cubes, which I love packing cubes. That these ones have an additional zip around them so that you can help to squeeze out the air. So it like kind of compresses them a little bit more, helps you save room in your suitcase.
That's true, Cap. You can use baking soda as well, but a lot of people are afraid to get near it. They panic. You don't know how many kitchen fires I've been on that were they were simple. You know what I mean? But people, when they see fire, they panic. You can absolutely dump baking soda on that. It'll go out. But those fire blankets are amazing because you can stand back 3-4 feet and just go, and it goes out. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely 100%. Great things to have.
Which is great if you need to pack a lot or if you're trying to fit everything into a carry-on. This chicken shredder is going to be 35% off, and this is one of those products that it's a one.
I think we should all do something crafty with recycled microwave transformers.
Huh?
Okay, Phil. How does...
You want to elaborate a little bit, maybe?
Please, I have no idea how or what you're talking about, Phil. Like, what would you do? What could you do? And they're kind of dangerous in some senses, I heard too. So just be careful, Phil.
It's a single-use kitchen product. Usually I don't love single-use kitchen products, but some of them just are so good and so much easier that they make my life worth it. I know the hack that you can just put it in your KitchenAid, but my KitchenAid is not stored in an easy location, so I gotta lug the whole thing out. This thing is really easy. And then you just shred it up. Did that sound make sense? Or you like, yes, I know what you're talking about. And then you can literally like rinse it clean in the sink, which I think is really great.
This pot set that I love.
That I think I want, because my wife makes pulled chicken and pulled pork all the time, and it's a pain in the butt to shred it. Okay.
But it's a one-time use.
No. She said she doesn't like one-time use things. That you can rinse it out and use it again.
No, I thought she said it was a one-time use thing.
No. But I agree with her. I hate one-time use things. It's a pain. But that was neat. Like, absolutely. We use the KitchenAid too, but something like that though, it seems, I don't know. The KitchenAid is very good for shredding stuff. I'll tell you that much. But that thing right there is pretty neat. I like that.
Love is on sale. It has a few different pot and pan sizes, but what I love about this is the handles are detachable, so you can easily stack and store these really easily because the handles aren't there. Then just clip on the handles when you want to use them.
I
They also
that.
come with 2 different lids as well as tops if you want to store and save something for later in the pot.
My favorite laundry hampers are due to be on sale. Never thought that I would be somebody who had like a favorite laundry hamper, but you know, here we are. They're not too small. They're not too big. They have extra long handles, so they're very easy if you're carrying them like from the bedroom to the washing machine. Too many laundry hampers have short handles, which is very irritating. They're smushable, lined on the inside, so they're waterproof. That's a random thing to really love, but I love my laundry baskets.
Tony boxes are going to be on sale.
I get it.
These are probably one of our top 3 toys that my kids use all of the time. If you don't know, they're little boxes. They come with characters, and the characters read stories. We use these literally every day in our house. Is this going to be the lowest price of the entire year on Tony boxes? Probably not. But if you are planning to get one anyways, maybe you're buying for Easter or a birthday present, it's a good time to get it now because they are on sale.
These pants, full stop, that's it. So they kind of look like slacks essentially, but they feel like leggings. So they have pockets. They have real pockets. They have fake pockets in the back as well as like a fake zipper to really make them appear to look like real pants. Like you can definitely dress these up and they look like a nice pair of pants. I honestly think every woman should have a pair of these in their life. The clothing storage bins that I love are going to be on sale. These are amazing. I keep all of my clothes in these collapsible bins. They have a zipper on the top and a zipper on the front. So they are the perfect thing for storing your clothes because you can easily put all your clothes in. But then if you're like looking for a single thing, you can look through that front window, sort of look for what you're getting and then use that side panel to grab it. So you don't have to like dig through the top. I feel like when you store all your clothes in bins, you're always like digging through the top and you can never find what you're looking for. Also on that topic, these sort of like moving bag bin things, they're like my favorite go-to, just like universal storage thing. They're large enough that they're like the size of a large plastic bin. You have a little bit more like freedom with them. You can sort of like get different things to fit in them that might not fit in the clear plastic bins. The Laura Geller Baked and Balanced Powder, going to be 50% off. This is probably my favorite powder. I've probably bought 3 or 4 of them at this point. Adore this stuff. I'll use it on its own. I will use it on top of foundation to set foundation. I'll just use it on top of like a tinted moisturizer. I find that it just makes my skin look really even and glowing without ever feeling or looking powdery at all. It doesn't settle into fine lines. Do not need to worry about.
You think I need that there, MamaBear? Maybe.
It there. And on that topic, these eyeshadow sticks are going to be on sale. I love eyeshadow sticks. I just think they're easy. You just swipe them on. This one specifically, I love it because it does go on, you know, slightly wet, but within a short period of time, it sort of dries to almost a powder. So it doesn't feel sticky on your lids at all. You can even come in with like a powder afterwards if you want to. Clothing steamer, in my opinion, we can just do away with irons and just own clothing steamers. We all use steamers now. It's just easier. If you don't have a steamer, it's going to change your life. No more ironing. You just quickly steam your clothes and then the irons are out.
Yeah, but does that thing work on pants and jeans? Because like dress pants and stuff, I like to have a crease in. You know what I mean? Read real books to your children. Point with your finger and sound out every. That's the best way to do it, Phil. I agree.
I love a lot of them too, are travel friendly if you really need to. These air fryer liners in my cabinet next to my little pull-up parchment paper. By the way, if you don't pull up parchment paper, it's such a game changer.
I have these. I have these things here. My mother-in-law bought them.
Just pull it up, put it on my baking sheets, and it just keeps my baking sheets so much cleaner and nicer. But I have the air fryer ones as well. I do not use these for every single thing. There's certain things that I feel like it just needs to circulate through the air fryer. But these parchment paper ones are really great if I'm like just warming up something that's gonna be really messy. I'm like making the kids tater tots or whatever. Keeps the mess clean, you know? Grace and Stella under eye little like pad things. These are on my to-buy list.
That's a great point, Lisa. Not everything needs to be a teaching moment. My kids like it when they can just listen and enjoy. Amen. It's a good point, too. I know. Storming has all the neat new stuff, the great cool stuff. Colorful and lights up and blinks and all that fun stuff.
I have been trying to be really good about my skincare since my fourth was born and getting back into like just a good
I definitely need these, 100%.
skincare routine, and I've been trying to use under eye little like patches every single morning. Keep them in my fridge. It's just a little thing. I feel like it peps me up in the morning, makes me feel good, and I've been hearing such good things about the Grace and Stella, but they are 28% off for the big spring sale, so I'll be buying mine. The Levi's shorts, the 501. Everybody and their mom talks about these, okay? I gotta be honest, I bought them like
I am getting a pair of them. Look at them. Look at them. Yeah, that's true too, Phil. Good point. I'm getting them shorts, and I'm going to wear them on stream.
8 times, and I haven't hit the mark yet. Every time I try to buy them, I'm like postpartum, and I never know exactly what my size is, and so I either buy them way too small or way too big. But if you've been wanting to try them, tons of styles are going to be on sale. You're looking at like 40% off. I think it's worth trying. I'm going to keep trying. I actually have some in my cart right now because the last ones I bought way too big. So now I'm going to go down a size or 2, see if I can finally get there. My Bissell Crosswave going to be about 28% off, maybe a little bit more. This is probably my favorite wet dry vac that I have used. Tried a lot, and I'm going to be honest, they all have pros and cons. It's not like there's one that's just like the one, but the reason I love the Bissell Crosswave, a couple reasons. One, it's a wet dry mop, okay? So you can vacuum and you can mop all at once, which a lot of them can do. I find this one quite easy to clean.
Oh, I like that. Especially in my kitchen. Oh, I like that. And the bathroom. I know you guys are excited to see me in them shorts, guys. For real.
Which is really nice because I find with your wet dry mops, you need to be cleaning them regularly. What I love most about my Bissell Crosswave is I can turn off the water function, which you can't do on some other ones. So if I just want to dry vac, I can. Sometimes I just want to like suck up some Cheerios, you know, and I don't want to like mop the whole situation and get water involved. The bed that we have in our master bedroom on sale, this is a lift up bed that has storage underneath. Sorry, that's brilliant to me. I love the lift up option. I store stuff under there that I don't need a ton, maybe like every couple months or so, and then hide it away. Brilliant. This car vacuum is going to be 35% off. Getting a little mini vacuum to keep in my car has been a game changer. There's always messes in your car all of the time, and having just a little vacuum that you can grab just to get the quick messes in between, I feel it just helps keep the car so much more tidy. This is sort of a random niche thing, but Blue Yeti microphones are going to be on sale. I use for all of my voiceovers on YouTube. It is the microphone that I use for the podcast that I'm in, Just for Moms. Just a random little shout out there for our podcast. Quick read thermometer. Every kitchen needs a quick read thermometer, okay? I have my meter, which I love. I don't know if the meter is going to be on sale. Hold on, let's check.
Oh, look at that. The meter is on sale.
What is the meter? The meter is a smart thermometer that connects to Bluetooth. I own 2 of these. I have gifted them multiple times because I just adore them so much. Essentially, you put the meter into any meat that you are cooking, and then using the app on your phone, you're going to tell it what kind of meat it is, what internal temperature you're trying to cook it to. It's going to show you where on the piece of meat that you should insert the meter. And then it's just going to give you real-time updates. And then it's going to give you a cook time, which is my absolute favorite part of this entire thing. Because trying to time meals around when your meat is going to be done can be so hard, especially when you're grilling or you're hosting big events, like if you're doing Christmas or Thanksgiving with the turkey. So you kind of just set it and forget it, and then the meter does everything for you.
So if I'm cooking something that's going to cook for a long time and I'm putting it in the oven, I love my meter for that. But sometimes you need a quick check, something that you're cooking. If you don't have a quick read thermometer in your kitchen, it's going to change your life. 23% off. It's a random amount, but that's what it's off.
Whiz strip lights. These are basically like adhesive strip lights. You plug them into the
There you
wall
go,
and then they connect
Stormy.
to an app on your phone. And so you can like have them do all different colors and different like routines and whatever. I have these in my kids' room on their beds and I love them. I really didn't think I was going to like them, but they're so great. We have them set to automation. So around bedtime, they turn to a certain color and then they turn off when the kids are asleep. And then I actually have them
Good to know,
turning on
girl.
school days as well to help wake them up in the morning. Crest white strips also on sale. There's the one with the light and then just the strips. Personally, this is something I'm going to be buying, something I like to do once a year. My favorite wet dry bags. These have a pocket for dry, a pocket for wet and dirty stuff, and I use them from everything from pool trips to beach trips to diaper bags and more. Both the Catchy and the Zevo fly traps are going to be on sale. Catchy is a standalone product. It uses blue light with a small fan, and flies are attracted to light, and then they get sucked into the fan, and then they get stuck on sticky paper. These are on lightning deal today only, but the Zevo are on sale for the full sale period of the Big Spring Sale, and it's the same concept, but it's a wall plug-in, which is nice because they don't take up any space on your counters. Grip sticks are on sale, one of my top Amazon products, and are way better to close bags. Simply slide on, no more spilling or bags falling open. These really adorable flowy shorts are on sale, super comfortable. They have built-in shorts underneath too, and they're not too short. I'm 5'9" for reference, and these don't feel too short on me. This oil mister turns your favorite oil into a spray. So good for air frying, grilling, roasting, salads, really anything. And I love that it also has a pop top too, so you can pour out the oil if you want. My beloved heatless curlers are on sale. I put these on at night, and in the morning, my hair is already done. I will link down below to a clip where I show how I use them. This camera that we have in our car secures safely to the headrest so that I can see my rear-facing child in a monitor that's then attached to the windshield or the dash. In my opinion, it's way safer and easier than a headrest mirror because I'm not tempted to turn around while driving to check on my child because I can just easily see them. Keep in mind with a product like this, you are going to need to follow the directions to secure these properly. My favorite Gym People leggings are on sale. They come in tons of colors, super thick, really nice tummy control, and they have pockets. The silk bonnet that I sleep in every single night and swear by, this thing reduces frizz and breakage, and it prevents any bedhead. I can wake up and my hair still looks as good as when I went to bed. These bunny slippers are perfect for upcoming Easter baskets. I think they're so cute. I bought a pair for all three of my oldest kids. Bioderma oil is a cleansing body oil. I use it in the shower for smoother skin, and I just love it. It's one of those things that whenever I run out, I always rebuy it. I think these simple modern beach bags are perfect for summer, and they are 25% off for the Big Spring Sale. They come in tons of colors. This is the large and the extra large size. They are waterproof, super easy to clean, super durable, tip proof, and I just think a great summer staple.
All right, my friends, that does it. Some of my favorite things that are going to be on sale for the Big Spring Sales. Big Spring Sale. As always, thank you so much for stopping by and watching. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Remember to be kind to yourself and others, and I will see you all in my next video.
All right. There we go with that stuff, guys. Just a little extra something, show you guys what's going on Amazon right about now. All right. And of course, I like to end the show with a little bit of laugh, smile on your face before we get out of here. Let's see here. You are welcome. Hold on here. Let's see if we can have everybody leave out of here with a smile on their face today. All right, Tandy. We'll see you later. Don't ask where that came from.
Hi, Tandy.
The underwear and run the risk of it getting damaged.
Yeah,
Or just
because-
buy new underwear.
Right. Because how do you ruin your underwear? I mean, what's going to happen?
Well, there's ways to ruin it.
Well, let's move on.
We can't move on from that.
Have a good weekend, Aurora.
Does your dad and whatnot think about all of this? Because I'm sure that he's an athlete. Is he an athlete, your dad?
Yeah, my dad was an athlete, but now he's pretty fat. he used to eat like 2 liters of ice cream every single night, like of those Murray salted caramel ones. And then he used to get really angry at Mom because Mum didn't always buy it for him.
Yeah.
But when Dad got really angry, Mum started buying it for him all the time.
Yeah.
And then he had to suck his gut in for photos. It's really funny.
I know, he's fly. A brown snake in a dunny.
Now, can you imagine waking up early in the morning, sitting on the toilet, and then this popping up between your legs? Right here.
No. Nope. 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 Hell no. Yeah, that's how it probably got grounded after that interview. Honestly.
Here's the sharp end, so this snake's going to come out swinging.
I don't know about you guys, but my sphincter just actually tightened.
Very good, Reese. I mean, how often do you go to the bathroom and you don't actually look down? Well, anyway, that was snake catcher Tony Harrison saving the day for a family on the Gold Coast. That's a visual we didn't need this morning. Tony, good morning to you.
What's the strangest place you've found one?
Look, what's stranger than finding it in the shitter? You name it. You let your imagination. You let your imagination run wild. Whatever you can imagine, I found them there.
Can we get the winners of each category on in 4 days' time? Yeah. Also, Lisa's eating pie with a spoon, un-Australian.
That's what I always do. You know me. Because I'm not a big fan of a lot of pastry. A bad pie is one that has miles of pastry and only a tiny bit of filling.
Except you eat it with a spoon.
Well, sometimes, as you know, I just stick my fist in and go for it. And then have been known to fall asleep.
Okay.
During that process.
One way of doing it, for sure.
This is a very good pie.
Lara, that is for sure.
One man decided to steal a flute by shoving it down his pants. You can see it in his back pants there. The owner's mother confronted the thief before he could exit the store with the flute in his pants. So then they kept the flute, but decided they didn't want anyone to put their lips on it. So they turned it into a lamp. It's now a flute lamp,
goodness.
a toot flute there.
Oh, great. Now I get to follow that one. Whew, all right. Well, let's get you caught up on your weather with Heather. Hopefully you don't get any flute. I don't even know the name Tony came up with. The toot flute. The toot flute. Hopefully none of those are in the forecast today. Woo.
So you're going to be making
cream horns.
Okay, what are they all about?
Who's laughing? Is Carl being rude?
No, that was Georgie.
What would you assume I was the one being rude? Gee, Gardner, hello. It's the quiet one.
I don't know, Aaron, are you a fan of fruitcake?
Well, I sit next to one. Oh, no, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that was mean. Okay, on that note, folks, we're going to be right back.
Oh, such a great day.
Some explaining to do here.
Good morning, Perth. Coming up on the show, the man, Lisa and Sylvia most want to. That's right. The legendary Pete Murray joins us to chat about his brand new album, among other things.
I always wait a week to get my hands on the latest DVD releases. So I got knocked up last night. Well, not literally, but I got the movie Knocked Up. Yes, the movie Knocked Up. Terrific. You got to watch it, Bob.
Knocked Up. I'll put that on.
Lisa, I just want to say there's nothing artificial about Frank. If you know what I mean.
Okay, there you go. We'll leave it at that, Frank.
That's not all. I'd like to wake up today.
All right, Frank, we're saying goodbye to you now. See you later, mate.
That's not creepy.
I can still pull him.
Yeah. Yeah, a sleazy talking wall. Wow. You still got it, Lise.
Thank you, Carl.
All right. Let's see. Is this the same? Oh, I see what happened here. Okay. It stops and starts again.
Had some noodles and went to jump over a sign on the way and slipped over and busted my plugger.
That's so Australian.
Busted a plugger.
So you've got a busted plugger.
But you look like you got reasonable guns. You've been working out in the gym. You look reasonable, buddy.
Mate, I don't go to the gym. I haven't been to the gym in years. The only gym I go to is Jim Beam. That's about it.
Is it nerve-wracking for you to do something like this, or is it more nervous for you to box? How does it compare?
I don't know. It's more nerve-wracking for me to hear us talking to a rat piece of shit like you. Come on, like, no, because you're a piece of shit. All right, we're gonna wrap up this interview. Thank you for coming in. Fuck you.
You know, all good superheroes wear their jocks on the outside, so it kind of fits the brief.
Yeah.
Pardon the pun.
Yeah, but I had nothing on but me jocks.
Yeah, Lisa.
You snapped into the uniform, but that's okay. You're a hero in our eyes.
Wow.
Well done, Daniel.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks a lot, guys.
Goes to show what you can achieve in your underwear.
The Reserve Bank is heading towards a neutral stance. And cash rates, which is where they were at their low, was very accommodative. And now they're moving back towards a more standard neutral position, which would be somewhere between 4.5 and.
I remember this one.
Certainly at this stage, we are estimating that by the end of this year, we'll be back towards 4.75%. So we still think there's a bit of upside on those cash rates, but at this stage, Reserve Bank's obviously deemed that it wants to wait and see to see the effects of the last 3 rate rises that it's put in place late last year. And sometimes this takes up to 6.
I remember this one.
But you can ask anything about peonies. I love
That was a bad
peonies.
guy.
Oh, flowers. Peonies. Yes,
Peonies.
yes.
This season that matters, and despite the fact that they've had such a tremendous amount of sex during the regular season,
Let's get excited about that. Good this time of year, isn't it? I know you're excited about
What was
the
she
wig.
thinking about?
How about that 6-pack?
You know, these hot cross buns.
Yes.
I just had a bite of Georgie's bun, and let me tell you. What?
Yes, Carl. Just keep talking.
It's got a dirty
I
line in
know.
here,
I
and
know. Just
don't
keep
like it.
talking. Don't know where it comes from.
Anyway, I think it's got too many bits in it, Georgie.
I would suggest you don't have a crack at my buns because they are very, very good buns, and I won't hear anything to the contrary. I've seen
I'm with
Georgie's
you,
buns
Georgie.
in the making.
Okay.
Parameters is live at Bakersfield Workwear in costumes with all
We've
the
seen
tips
some
you
of
know
these before.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were looking quite delicious this morning, I have to say.
Do I look like a tasty Popeye's chicken sandwich?
I am not going to answer any of these questions.
I kind of want to eat myself, but I can't.
Oh.
This is uncomfortable.
Thinking, what do you have by your bed that is long and stabby or whatever that is going to make a mess if someone can try to come to your house and try and steal something from your home? Georgie, do you have something?
Well, Tim's my long stabby thing, but I used to have the Olympic torch under the bed when I was single. But yeah, now I've got Tim.
that's an excellent long stabby thing. Tony Abbott still needs to be elected first.
Department in California is taking an unusual approach to catch porn pirates red-handed. Porch pirates, yes. Often
Are so overwhelmed that they've started wearing your clothes.
Oh, there's Molly.
Yep. Pussy, get out of my pants.
Oops.
Just nannying at its silliest and its worst.
Well said. You do not mess with the sausage.
Do not mess with the sausage.
Don't. Well, you said it. Over to you guys. Yeah, crime to hide the sausage. Isn't it?
If you'll remember, last year he was dealing with a bulging disc issue, rather. And
Okay, anymore. You love doing it yourself.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Sometimes, yeah, I can. Take a look.
Just in the last half hour or so, the flakes have begun to stick a little bit on the asphalt.
Whoop.
Okay, has to get an up close look at just the trophy, of course.
Chris Bellasoni, Bill Walker. I was originally going to call him in between her.
Yeah, I promise you, he was looking at the trophy, nothing else.
Legs, but yeah, that's not what was not going to happen. Would not have made for good TV had she fallen over. So we're not trying to create a liability.
So perfect weekend to spend some time outdoors. It should be pleasant out there.
Yeah, I do enjoy 69. I might need to go up to the Tetons. All right.
Because John's going to move north. The moisture from John left over, the spin,
The storm itself will turn into a depression. Nothing really to worry about as far as wind goes, but watch where the precipitation will go. Some of it will head up towards the west.
Traffic tips. Also, some good signs.
Both shows are not having technical difficulties, so I'm watching Spain.
The great town names.
Wow. Okay.
What the hell was she doing?
If you gotta ask, dude.
I mean,
Sure, you needed it, Annie. Did you get many spankings as a kid?
As a kid, no. No, no,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Mark has a little wiener. Have you ever dressed the wiener up?
I do. He's
What are you doing?
he's actually
interesting, Kim. Welcome. Interesting. Interesting.
Northwest began serving Peanuts merger partner Atlanta-based Delta Airlines. For years. Georgia is the top peanuts.
That's twice now.
Hi, Joey.
Peanut producer.
I like to eat candy corn one color at a time. If you're really getting
You're a
OCD about
nibbler.
it. Well, I'm not always a nibbler. I'm kind of a gobbler.
Oh.
I eat a lot of candy.
Go back to the hose.
Oh, that sounded terrible. Back to the hoses. Goodness gracious.
On the KTLA Morning News recently, this big showdown between the cities two. Awful word slip.
Joining me now, former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, who's the host of Huckabee, right here on the Fox News.
Hot cup of cocoa. Then as we check the buoys outshore.
If you want to log on to myfoxny.com,
They're the most popular creatures right now this
Oh,
time of year. Beaver breeding
Those little guys are cute and cuddly looking. The beavers I've seen are bigger.
and not.
Yeah, and they don't look.
I should play and do reviews on my channel. For what, Kim? Like about review of what? It's interesting.
Because friendly, so I don't know. Maybe I've seen my beavers in the wrong place. Moving on.
Our Zane Virgie loves chocolate. One of our main kids. Oh, nice melons behind you there.
And Michelle and Frank like to tease me when I talk about my Vermont weather stick, right? It arches up when high pressure is building in, and it deflects and falls downward when straight out, because yesterday we were kind of in between systems. It does.
Good Lord.
How cold is it? Wendy says it's so cold that the local flasher was caught describing himself to women.
Yeah. I haven't heard that one before.
There you go.
Something new every day.
Exactly.
When on space missions, astronauts get used to eating freeze-dried foods, but today there's something fresh.
Gotta say, it seems like a better idea than eating food grown on Uranus. Let's
Interesting,
take
yeah.
a look at the game of the night.
Yes, Paula.
Very lucky to see those whales in action. We went on our own trip yesterday, Georgie and Lisa, and we're going to show you some of the breaches and tail slapping action that we also witnessed in the next little while.
Oh, I love a tail slap. Thanks a lot.
No, you're right. There's nothing beats a tail slap, Lisa. And 32 in a row. What about that?
Did you have strippers at your hen's nut?
A stripper turned up, but the only problem was my mother was there, and I spent the entire time in the corner
Trying to keep her away.
Customers could see their bills full.
Well then. So be it. Yeah. Paula, thank you. We love you too, and we love that you love the channel. Both the channels. Guys, please make sure that you did hop on over and hit the like button for Mama Bear. The link to her channel is pinned at the top of the chat. I would appreciate that, as would she.
Yes.
Thank you all for that. I think that's going to do it for this show for today, guys. I hope everybody did leave here with a laugh. I hope you're all having a great day. I hope you continue to have a great day. And we appreciate you joining us today. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. And it is Saturday. So I will be in here tonight for sure for the creepy, unexplained, and scary Saturday night. I don't know if I'll make anything in between that, but we'll see what happens. Other than that, guys, again, Have an amazing rest of your day. Hit that like button on your way out the door. And guys, leave us some comments. I really would love to see your comments. I like responding to them and I like reading them. So leave us some comments about what you think about some of the stuff we talk about on a regular basis. That being said, Mama Bear, thank you for joining me as always. And I guess we'll be jumping into our thing that we do every time after the show. Other than that, guys, we'll see you very, very soon. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
Have a good weekend, guys. I will see you later.
Life's a journey. Let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.